Hello there, it's Darlington again. So in this tutorial, I want to welcome you into a new build. Okay, in the last build we worked on a decentralized autonomous organization, and that was awesome. you know, uh, in this build, what I want to teach you is how to build a crowdfunding system. Okay, just an example of Kickstarter. Okay, Kickstarter, but the Web3 version of Kickstarter. I'm sure you're going to really enjoy this build, and that is what we want to do today. So, if you're ready for that, I would like you to hit and smash that like and subscribe button. So, with that done, let me show you how the build functions practically. All right, so here in this build right now, this is how the system looks like. I've been able to add one project, and if I click on this project, you can see information about that. You can see these are backers. This project has only received one backer and it's listed here. You can see the time, the donation this person made, and this person of course has not been refunded, and it's just 5 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm going to do something similar like this. I'm going to add it. You can see how many days left, and the name of the title of the project, the description of the project. This is what the owner of this project, and this is how many backings this project has received. Okay, with that done, let me show you a different example on how to do this. So to do this, I just have to click on this add project. I'm just going to copy one project here. This project, paste the description, and of course this is the title of it. Paste it there. This project is going to cost 17 Ethers, and it should expire by this date. Okay, so and then we need an image URI to seal off this div. So let me copy this image address, paste it here. Some images are not really okay. Here we go, and let's try a different one. Let's use this particular image. I'm gonna actually view this from a different. Okay, copy this image address, bring it here and replace it with the existing one. Okay, so I'm going to add this project now by clicking add and click confirm. Okay, it has confirmed, so it is added. One thing you must know about the blockchain, is that it pretty much takes some time for information to appear, on your page. Because if I click on this MetaMask button now, okay, it's just been confirmed. Okay, so when I refresh this particular page, you see that the project is added. So sometimes it takes a little bit of time for this project to appear. Now you can see that we have total 2 projects in this platform, 1 backing and 3 Ethers has been donated in total. So I'm going to come here like this. I'll be able to edit this project. I'll be able to delete this project if I want to, so long as I'm the owner of this particular project. So for example, if I come here and change this owner to, let's say, this account, you see automatically the button is removed from this, enabling me only to back this project as one of the contributors. So I click on this. I want to back this project with 4 Ethers and click on back project and confirm that. So it's not listed here currently because it takes a little bit of a time. Look, you can see, because the blockchain is slow, you can see how this particular contract interaction is taking a little bit of time. And once it is validated and added to the chain, then that is going to appear here like it's been validated and added to the chain. So if I refresh this now, you see that backing has been added here. Okay, so I could come here, select a different backer. Let's say this one. All right, and then say back this project. back with 3.7 ethers. All right, back. All right, this particular okay, let's check it out here. Okay, it's been added. That was really fast. So you can see that this is the total amount that has been raised, and you can see the bar is telling you how close it is to what, getting 17 ethers. Okay, and at the completion of this project, the money will be sent to whomever backed up this project. So for example, this is the account that created this project. So that is, it ends with 79C8. So let's see that 79C8, it gotta be one of these, which is this account. You see the total amount of ether it has now. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and complete this. Let's say I'm gonna back this project again one more time with, let's say, 10.1 ethers. Back this project here, click confirm. So the project, is back, but is still on the process of being validated. So now you can see that, provided that the duration of a project has not expired, it will still be open, and if it has not been paid at, it is also be open. Okay, so right now you see that money has been paid. Right now, this person, the owner of this particular project, has received his money automatically without the smart contract pays that money automatically. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Now I'm going to come to this smart contract. Do you see the amount of money that has been added to this? So this is how cool this project is, and this is what I want to teach you how to build in this particular session. Hope you're ready for it and getting ready to crush this program. Then let's get started. Okay, all right, but before that, make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell. And I want to show you, I have a good news for you. Let me show you a good news right now. Okay, here is the good news I'm telling you about right here. This is my book that I just launched of recent. Okay, I invested a whole lot of time, mental focus, and energy on this book. It is designed to take you from, the baby step, to an ace, on the blockchain, on smart contract, development and blockchain. So all the whole theories of blockchain and the practicals on blockchain, is all embedded in this book. You could learn this book, use this book to follow step by steps with the explanations that I've given, and the project, the demos, so many codes. Okay, and all the codes from this book are also part of it. When you purchase this book, you find a link. Especially if you use the second platform, you'll be able to find a link that is attached to this book. But if you can, you just email me, and then I'll also send you all the project source code. But if you just follow along, all the project source code are inside the book themselves. So you will learn how to capture smart contract development. You learn smart contract development, testing, simulation, deployment, all of those things. You build 3 big projects, on smart contract development. You test them all, you simulate them, and you see how to install all these packages, the node. I used the 2 major blockchain development framework, which are what we have, which are Hardhat and Truffle. Okay, you see how I used each one of them, and then the programming language itself, which is Solidity. You see how I integrated Bash, MetaMask, and VS Code in bringing about this vision to life. So if you really want to advance faster with your blockchain development skill, I would really recommend you to buy this book. Okay, this book is on sale on Amazon right now. Okay, it's on sale on Amazon. I'll put the link in the description box below, so you check it out. After when you watch later on, you see it in this video. Of course, it's right now in this video. Just check it out there. There's also a second platform that seems to be a little bit cheaper. you know, if you want to buy this book there, so it's sold a little bit cheaper than what you could get it on Amazon Kindle. Okay, so I'm going to put the two links there, and any one of them that you prefer, you can, you know, buy the book from it and have a lovely smart contract development experience. So with that said, let's jump into this tutorial already and start coding. Alright, to get started with this tutorial, the first thing that we'll do, which we always do, is to get this starter kit of mine. Make sure you start this project, okay? It's been helping a lot of lives. Alright, you know, I package all these things together because, you know, installing your Web3 kit packages one after the other could take a lot of time and bring a lot of headaches to you. So in order for you know to suffer that, I will recommend that you do this yourself. You use my star kit, okay? Because I've already, you know, done those tests for you. Okay, with that said, I want you to copy this URL. This is the location to the repository, and we're just going to access, use this terminal. We're coming here, let's say cd, let me go to my space. Okay, site, let's okay, let's call this. So in this place, I want to clone this project, okay? And the ability for me to clone this project was possible because of what? Git bash, okay? If you haven't installed Git bash, this is what Git bash is, okay? Git bash is a terminal, all right, that enables you to do some really cool stuff, you know. It enables you to do some really cool stuff, you know, like run queries that has to do with Git, okay, version control, all right. So and it provides you with a very handy terminal that is common to all the major platforms, which is Windows, Mac, and Linux, okay? So you install this thing, just follow the instructions here and download and install this thing, and then you can use it on your local machine. Of course, you also need to download Node.js installed before you can run anything here, okay? Those are prerequisites, and you cannot, I repeat, you cannot skip them, okay? So with that said, I copy this URL, and I come here, I say git clone, I paste the name of the URL there. I want the new project, the name of the project to be Genesis demo. Okay, so I click this, and that will go ahead and clone this particular repository. Okay, fantastic. Now I have to seed into that Genesis demo here and open it in my code editor, running code dot, and this is going to launch the project in my repository, that is in my VS Code, okay? And I could just come here and you can see all the packages that makes for this build, okay? It's here for you already, everything, but this is a starter kit anyway. And what I would like you to do is to come to this particular project that I have. I already installed some other packages, and I don't want, you know, a confliction between the set of plugins that you need and the set of plugin that I'm using. So you come to this Genesis project, is pretty much updated. Please make sure you start this project, okay? It really means a lot. Thanks for your support. Okay, so now we come to this package.json. I would just like you to copy these whole packages and replace it with this here. All right, so when you do that, you save, okay? When you do that, you save and you run yarn install and click enter. So it goes around and actually scan through all those packages and then installs it for you. And once it is done, then you can just get started with me. Okay, so but I've already finished up all this process. I don't want you to wait until all these things are installed, but I'm just going to quit this thing and drag in the existing project that I already have all this thing installed like that. It's just a demo project, you know. So where is it? Okay, this is it. So I'm just going to drag it here. Okay, so I just finished installing it. You can see this node module package. Okay, if you haven't done it before, that node module package is not going to be there. Like you can see here, there is no node module package, but once you run that yarn install, it's going to be here now. So now I'm just going to drag in this one that I've already finished, you know, installing all those packages without us having to wait, you know. So you just start up the project. Okay, you can start it by yarn start, as simple as that. Okay, and here we go. Hello world is just a simple git a simple hello world stuff displaying on the view, which you can see here. There's nothing much here. This is just Tailwind and app.js, and specifying that the app should contain the entire height. The height of the app component should be the entire screen, and then I just echo in a h4 tag there. This is just what it is. Okay, very simple. So the first thing we need to do is let me close this terminal, I don't need it anymore, is to start writing the components, and we're going to start with the header component. So this is how we would like the header component to look like. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to get this thing done, you know, fast here. So we're just going to start up with the HTML structures using Tailwind as well with it, and once we're done with structuring them all out, then we can proceed to integrating them with Web3 services. Okay, so you come here, you come to your src folder, create one, call it component, and inside this component name a file called header.jsx, and using this React snapshot, you know, this React extension that enables you to populate your view really quickly. You know, I've already spoken about this on multiple occasions. So this is the package that I'm using, ES7 plus React/Redux/React Native Snippet. Okay, so install that, and then you'll be able to do something as fast as RAFCE, which is React arrow function component export. Click tab and it will populate this for you very speedily. So you save that, and then you come to this app.jsx, and in this place you can say that you can just import your header component. So I'm going to import it from this component folder and save it. Check it out on the browser. You can see what is written here. Fantastic. This is what we want. So now I want to do this. Okay, I want to split this screen for you here, right here. This is where we're going to work on all these things, and you'll be seeing the what I'm doing appear here at real time. I'm going to bump this, you know, larger so that you can see all that I'm doing very cleanly. Okay, first thing I want to do here is to say the class name for this header will be what? I want the width to be what? Full height. Because if I say now, right now, if I say bg-red- let's say 100, you see the width. Okay, it's actually 100% though, but you know, it's really wise to make it all the way. So for example, yeah, it's there. So now we can say something like this should be flex by default. Justification, justify, gonna be what? Center. Items is gonna be what? Center as well. Save that. Okay, I justify is gonna be between, sorry, and item is gonna be center. So I don't know what is wrong with my this extension, this Tailwind extension. Should be up and doing. Seems not to be active right now. Not, it should be helping me out here. Okay, we're gonna say that you should have a padding, all-round padding of 5, and the background VG. Okay, Tailwind stain is working now. To be white, text to be what? Gray at 500. Okay, and whenever you hover on any text here, should be text gray should be what? 700. So look at how it is right now. So okay, and we're not done here. We want a shadow, a large shadow, and we want it to be fixed to this particular hook component, or the header div to be completely fixed at the top at 0, left at 0, and right at 0. And I save that. You see the whole shadow thing has been added there. Great. And of course, we want this div not to be div in the first place. We want it to be header. This is the native. This is how it should be in the first place, because that's the native HTML element that describes what this place is. Okay, so now inside of here, I'm going to create a div. Let's just call this place header. This div is going to be called, have a class name, container dash fluid. Okay, let's say bg red. Okay, right now this is the only width. Let's say 500. See, the width of this is just between here. We don't want that width to be that small, so instead we want to say, want to give it flex width to be what? Let's just say flex first. Want to make it flex. Okay, and then we say width. Let's say the width to be what? Full. And we'll do that. You see that it takes up the entire space. Okay, and it's gonna be flex, of course. And okay, with that, since you're seeing this now, flex, of course, and items gonna be what? Center. And I'm thinking there's something here that is not necessary. Okay, what do I mean by that? I'm supposed to do something differently here. So I'm just gonna say an a tag, okay, href pointing to itself. I'm gonna call it Genesis. Save that. That is what you see on the screen. Okay, this Genesis is gonna have a class name of, because it's gonna be flex, justify to be start, why are we doing this? Let me show you something first. Okay, this is Genesis right here, and we want it to have two elements. One is a span, which will bear the name Genesis, and then another is actually an icon. We are getting this icon from React icon, so it's called TB business. Okay, business plan. So I'm going to import it from React icon /icons/tb. Okay, so let's save that and see. Am I spelling that correctly? tb, oh, it's correct. You can see the icon here. So yep, for this icon I want to give some classes here. Say class name. This is going to be flex, of course, and justify is going to be start. When you do that, this is how it looks. Items is going to be what? Center, to make it all in the same level, like you can see right now. Excuse me. So you want to give it a large text, so text XL, and we'll do that. See how it is boxed in, and I want to say text is what? Black. Okay, this is why I really didn't even like the idea that we're using a text at this place in the first place. So when you save that, everything stays the same. So now that is not all. You want to say something like space X to be what? 1, to give some space in between those two values right there. All right, that is for this particular item that stays in the left axis of the screen. What about for this button? Okay, this button that stays over here, we want to work on that button. To work on that button, let's create a div. Call this div, let's put a button inside of it. Say connect wallet. Save that. You see it appears over here because of this justify to be what? Between. Okay, so with that stated, we want to say, sorry, I want to give this class name of flex, because and space to be what? Space X to be 2, justify to be center. Okay, in this button here, this is where the work is. We give it a type to be what? Button. It's precaution for making sure we are not submitting some form. All right, so class name, first I want to say inline -block. I want to say the padding px. Right now I'm going to just give it a bg of red, this color. Let's see what we're doing. Okay, I'm going to change that background later on. So we're saying that it should have a padding to the x-axis of what? 6. And to save that, you see that? Cool. All right, we are also saying that you should have a padding on the y-axis of 2.5. When I do that, you see how it looks? Great. Okay, so we want to say that the background is actually not red, of course. It's going to be what? Green at 600. I'm going to save that. See that how it looks? Great. The text is going to be white, of course, for it to make sense. Save that. Great. And the font The font weight is going to be medium. Okay, and the text size is going to be extra small. That is XL. Great. And it's going to be leading tight. Okay, and want to make sure that it's uppercase, all uppercase. Great. And want to make sure that it's rounded to the full. Great. Want to make sure that the shadow is medium size. You can see shadow added to it. And whenever we hover on this button, it should move from a background green of 600 to that of what? 700. So do that, and let's hover. You see that is what we're talking about. So that is just it for this particular this aspect. Okay, is a button here. Okay, so with that done, we're going to proceed to the next component here, because this is what this component only does, just connect a wallet. All right, so let's move on to creating the next component. Okay, so we're going to create the next component. We'll call this hero.jsx. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna use my React shortcut sniper thing, you know, and just bring it up together here, save this, and of course include it in here, header.jsx. Okay, no, not header, basically hero now. Okay, I think it's actually hidden, you know, within this, because this is let's do this, let's say relative. Okay, what is happening is this hero, because this header component is fixed, okay, that's a positioning. Okay, so it's kind of hiding that hero component there, but we're going to do some hack right now to bring it up to screen. So the hack is, want to say that padding top bottom, so it's going to be in a class of course. So padding top bottom is going to be 24, and once I do that, you see it appears right there. Okay, that's what we want to do. Okay, and padding ex is going to be 6, of course, so keep it consistent with the header component. Okay, so with that resolved, let's make sure that the text is what, center. Okay, and let's make sure that the background is white, of course, BG white, and let's make sure that all the text in here are what, gray at 800. Okay, so we kind of gave it that dark color, but it's actually gray. Okay, so now inside of it, we're going to create a h1 tag, and let's call this that has a span inside, because we're going to have more than one text. Say bring creativity, bring creative projects to live on. Of course, we're going to now say break tag, another span here, and in this span I'm going to say on Genesis, and say Genesis dot right there. Save that. This is what we have right now. So I'm going to say the class name for this particular, this is text. I'm going to give 5 times of extra large. Woo, that's big. Yeah, that's what we want. And on medium screen and above, we want to even make it, 6 times extra large. Okay, and of course on large screen we want to give it 7 times of extra large. Okay, Excel 7 times, and let's save that. So for example, let me just show you what I meant by that. If I bring this, you see the way the breakpoint changes here, change here, and when I increase it the more, changes a little bit more. So see that is a breakpoint right there. So that is what we're working around on. So now I want to say font. The font should be bold. Okay, when you save that, you see how bold it is. Great. And you want to make sure that tracking is high. Yeah, that's cool. Did you see that? What just happened? Let me do that again. Tracking type. This is what tracking type does. Okay, let me save that again. Look at that. It kind of compresses the text a little bit. You see that? That is what tracking text, tracking tight means. Kind of tighten the text, the characters together. Margin, Tailwind is just great. Okay, and then the margin to the bottom is actually 12. Okay, so that is for that. And in this span here, you want to say class name, you want to give it capitalized, Am I spelling that correctly? Capitalize. Okay, see that everything is capitalized here. And I want to give this particular one a class of uppercase. Okay, and I also want to say that the text is going to be green at what? 600. Fantastic. Okay, absolutely dope right there. I like it. Okay, so and when we view this, see how cool it is. Yeah. All right, so let's continue working on this. Want to create a button now. A button, and this button is going to look like this connect wallet. So I'm just going to actually copy the styling for this button here, and I'm going to place it here. I'm going to call this add project. Okay, save that. You see that there. So that button will later help us to add project. Okay, and let's create another button. Okay, this button this time we're going to call it back projects. Okay, so we're going to make some editing on this one. Let's give this one border to be green, and the background actually to be transparent. Okay, text is going to be green instead. Okay, so let's add border here, border. Okay, and I want to say text to be that green at 600. Let's see that. Okay, so it's not going to be text white. I'm going to remove that. Okay, on hover, while the why on hover, why the background remains at green. I want text to go white. So when we do that, see that? So that is what we want, and it's just wise to just put these folks here in a div. So we can call this div, say class name for this div is gonna be flex, justify to be center, items to be what, center space x to be 2. Let's see that. Okay, that gives some nice little separation between the both of them. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's do some statistics here. Let's provide some statistics. It's gonna be a div. So in this statistics field, I want to say that a div is going to contain a span, and this span could be something like 0, and another span, say project. So if I save this here, this is how it looks currently. So let's give some breadth of styling on it. So say flex and say justify. Just flex direction to be what? Column. Okay. And no, not here. Sorry. So I want to say justify to be center, items to be all center as well, and margin to the top, want to give it 10 pixels. Fantastic. And in this second div, want to give it another class, want to call this flex, but the flex direction is actually going to be what? Column. Okay, when I save that, you see how that is positioned. That's the idea. And justify, of course, it's going to be center again, and items is going to be what? Center. We want the height to be what? 20 pixels. Okay, and want it to have borders. Okay, that's the border right there, and the border should be gray. Border gray at 200. Save that. Looks just about the same thing with what was already existing. And want to say shadow -nd. See that shadow, and the width is what? 2. Great. Nice. So because this thing is almost irrelevant here, okay, we're just going to remove it. Still working on this, we're not done here. Okay, so I want to work on this place. Say class name here, text to be what? Large. That's how large it is, and the font to be bold. Okay, and the text to be green at 900, the little text of green, and want it to have a leading of 5. Okay, I'm going to break this into multiple columns so we can see it properly. Okay, with that done, let's work on this other class for this. The class name for this project it's just going to remain like that. There's nothing, no class to give to this place. Okay, so let us duplicate here. And again, so first one is project, second one is backings, and then this last one is actually gonna append ETH on it, and we'll call it donated. Nice. Now let's look at this. Ooh, that is clean. Look at how clean it is, you know. That is so clean right there. So clean. Okay, so this is nice, and you know, but we need to package these things together in a route-based system. Okay, you can't just have them all together here. So I'm going to come to this place, create a new folder here, call it views, and inside this view I'm going to create a file called home.jsx. okay, I'm gonna do that magic. Okay, now with this going on, I want to actually import. So I'm gonna say something like this: that hero component. Okay, this is what I want the component, this views component or views page to carry, just that hero component for now. And I want to come here. I'm going to remove it from here. We don't need it this way. I'm going to import routes. From React router DOM. I'm going to import route again. This one is self-closing. I'm going to say path is going to be home, and the element going to be the home component, which of course is going to be listed this way. Okay, so I'm going to save this and refresh. You see, everything remains the same because we packaged it together. Okay, so this was made possible because of this particular index.js. When you come here, you see we're surrounding it with the browser router. You know, this the starter kit already has all these things structured for you this way, so that by default it assumes that you're going to be using the browser router. So that's why we put it up this way for you, so that it will be very nice and yummy for you to use. So with that stated, let's also work on this a tag. I'm going to remove it here. I'm going to use link that comes from React router, and these two variable, of course. I'm going to go to home now that we have all those things structured. So it's the same thing, it's coming to the home component. So now this is it for the heroes component. The next thing we should start creating is the card component. Okay, so let's do that now. Now let's work on the project component, where we can list out all the projects that we have right here. So in order to do that, we're going to come here to this hero. We're just going to close up all these things. This is where we're going to be doing all adding our components directly instead of the app.jsx now. So we just come here, create a component. Let's call this project.jsx. JSX. Okay, I'd like to visualize that. So say this, add that, bring it up together. Okay, and say project. Okay, save that. You see where it is right there. Okay, so now this is the home page. Okay, the home component. So now let's start, bringing some breath of life and some flesh into this component. Okay, so before we do that, so in this particular component, this is how you style it. This project is going to host all the cards that is going to be displayed in this particular view. Okay, so to do that, I want to first go ahead and say, the pattern to this pattern to the x-axis is going to be what 6, as we've been doing it before. I'm going to say it should be what flex, and the flex direction should be what column. So saving that. Now coming in here, I want to say div. This is going to have a class name, flex, justify to be what center, items to be center, flex to be what wrap. Okay, let's say this is what a card. Okay, so we want to actually be able to list out these cards as a component. What I mean by that is, let's say we have an array right here of, let's say, 6 items. We want to fill it here. I want to say .map, and let's say this is the card and this is what the item, and we just want to say let's say let's say div let's say this card and of course it's going to have a key here of this I. So let's say that, okay, these are different cards here, so each one of these to be like a component on their own. And how we can do that is just say create another component underneath here, call it project card, okay, and of course it's going to accept a card and just immediately returns the result. Okay, so let's style this card. Okay, to style this card, this one we want to say it has a div, of course, a div, because this is a card here. So this div say class name of rounded, okay, rounded, and it's going to be large, and it should have a shadow, large shadow too. Background is totally going to be white, and the width specifically is going to be 64, and all round margin is going to be 4. Okay, so I'm going to give this an ID. Call it projects. Okay, so this is how the matter looks like right now. So let's actually use this thing in place of this here. let's say the key I. So this is how each one of those cards look like right now. Okay, let's keep working on it. We're not done. Now we're going to say, want to actually use this link component from the React router DOM. Okay, and in this link, we want this link to route to a specific project. Okay, so whenever I click on that card, it's going to lead me to that specific project. So I want to say to go to what project. I'm going to create this route shortly. Okay, so I'm going to say project slash, you know, I could do this way. I could just, there's many ways I could do this, but let's say I did it this way. Okay, then let's say plus, let's say card, or let's just say ID right there. And for now, I'm just going to also pass the ID. So this for now momentarily, but we're going to work on this later on. And let's say it has an image tag. This image is going to be a card's image. Let's grab a card image. Okay, let's say AI robot. Let's just get some kind of an image of something like this. Okay, let's copy this image address and come to this place, and let's give it the SRC is going to be this. The auth is going to be like project title. Okay, and let's give it some class. The class name is going to be rounded. Want it to be rounded extra large. Height is 64. Width is full. Width is full. And object to be what? If we don't put, let's say this is how the image look like right now. Okay, it's distorted and we don't want it this way. So we say width to be what? Full. When we do that, it doesn't make any difference, right? But when we bring in the object to be what? Object to be cover and save. You see, the image real beauty has actually showed up, in the entire card. This is what we intend on doing. Okay. So after this, we want another div. Okay, this div is going to have an all-round padding of 4. Okay, and within this div here, we want to have another div. Say the class name is going to be flex, of course, justify. Why we need to do it this way is because let's say this is it, and then we have h5. We say the title, say project title, say creating a household robot. That is the title of this project. Let's save that. This is how it looks currently. So I'm gonna style it in a couple of moments here. So for now, let's just say the class name is gonna be flex. Justification is going to be between. Okay, items is going to be center. Okay, and okay, we really don't need is just have only this here. Okay, and move on. Create another div, and let's call this. This is going to have another div inside, and we're using this ident icons. I'm going to show you what it means. I'm going to import it. So we're importing it. Import ident icon from React identicon. Okay, we're importing that particular component and we're using it here. Specify the string. So we say hello for now. So let's save that. So look at it. It has a very huge size. So I'm going to say the size is actually 15. When I do that, look at how small it is. I could change this. Let's just give it the 0x15 1e a2. Save that. Okay, that is the identical right now. We're not done with it. So this identical, we're going to give it some style. So let's say class name first is equal to, call it rounded to be what? Full. Want a full rounded corners and want a shadow that is medium in size. So let's see how that looks. Okay, it's not well pronounced, but it will be later on. And want a small tag here, and this small tag is just going to have like the owner's wallet address. So paste that here. Let's say the class name here is text to be gray at 700. Okay, let's save that. You see how that is going. So now at this place that embodies these two components, we want to say class name is what? Flex. And when I do that, you see how they just come into one line. Okay, and then the justify to be what? Between, because they need to be set apart in the two directions. So that goes this way, that others. But before that, let's say this is it, and let's say items to be center, because they are not well centered. Let's do that. You see how they are now well centered in the bottom. So in the middle, that's what we're trying to achieve. And then we say justify between. Fantastic. Okay, and then I want to give it a margin bottom of let's say 3. Margin bottom of 3. Okay, that gives some space. Exactly what we're looking for. And then we say small tag, and let's say the class name is going to be a text of gray at 500. And this small tag has something, let's just call it 2 days left. Okay, so this is what we want to type in there. So something like 2 days left. In this place, we can just call this to be class name of flex, and let's say it's flex column. Okay, so that is it for this particular div. Okay, let's create another div. All right, so let's give it another class name. Let's say this is going to be a full div that takes up the entire div, and we'll give it a background bg of gray at 300. Let's see that it's not showing up anything yet. Let's say hello. Okay, this is the part we're talking about right here. So here I want to say give it another div, and this div is going to have a class name of bg-green. Okay, green at 600, and the text is going to be extra small. Font is going to be what? Font is going to be medium. Okay, text is going to be green at 100, and text is going to be what? Center, of course. Padding going to be 0.5, and leading going to be none. Rounded the left side to be what? Full. So the initial side that is the onset, so, and then the height is going to be 1. Let's just save this thing and see. So this is what we're trying to create right here. Okay, that's what we're trying to create. Okay, hopefully that was not so weird, but we're just trying to create a bar, a loading bar that, you know, shows us how many backers that has backed this project and how many is remaining. So that is just what it is. So we want to introduce like a regular style tag. Okay, what it's going to do is we want to specify the width to be, let's just say for now, let's call it 100%. No, 50%. Oops, it's got to be in. Okay, so this BG gray here is what is helping it to show something like this, that shadow. Okay, and this height of 1 doesn't really make any difference. Okay, and this, did you see that when I remove that rounded to the left, the starting point became like, you know, unrounded, and that is not what we're looking for. So if I add this, see that there is a little bit of a rounded edge at the end of this border. So that is what is happening. So this padding gives it some inner, okay, some inner, it makes it like a pipe or a tube. If not, it won't show nothing. So that is why we're adding all that. Okay, so I hope that is making more sense to you now. All right, if it does, hit that like and subscribe button. Okay, so that is it for this particular div, and there's still more things to be done here. I'm going to say create another div here for this to have a class name. Before we do that, let's create another small tag, and let's call it, let's say 14 backers for this particular project. Okay, and in this class name now, you can say flex, the flex of course, and justify to be between items, to be centered, flex to be wrapped, margin to the top of 4, and margin to the bottom of 2. Let's save that. Okay, this is what we're talking about here. Okay, now this, for this particular small tag, I want to create a class, and that class we're going to say text is going to be what? Gray at 500, and the font is going to be bold. Okay, that's great. Now let's create another div, which will be like a collection of statuses. Okay, so it's gonna be div, and inside this div we're just gonna say a small tag of, let's call it open, and let's, for this open here, class name is gonna be text gray. It's, we could just bring this text gray to be here, so that it will be available for all the divs inside here. Okay, so see that open right there. Okay, so that is kind of what is going on here. Okay, this status could change to something like paid, okay, or something like I'm also gonna just make sure that this is actually here as well for the both. So we're having, it could be paid, could be accepted, could be many more things with different color. Let's say open, we should have a text of gray, but in other cases it could be something like text green at 500, of course. Okay, so this is basically the component, the card component, and I enlarge this right here. You see how clean this looks. That looks so clean right there. Looks so clean. So that is it for this particular component. So for this page, lastly, one more thing you want to add here is, you want to call it load more button. Okay, so when I come here, I want to create a div here. Inside that div, I have a button, and that button will just basically be like the ones we've been using over and over again, like the ones we've gotten from the header component. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this particular button to keep things consistent. I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to call this load more. Save that. So you have that button right there at the bottom. In this div here, I want to give it a class of flex and justify to be what? Center, just like items to be what? Center. When I do that, it comes to the center, right? And I want to give it margin top bottom of 5 margins. Okay, so that is how clean it is. That is just it for this particular page. Okay, you know, we have like one more page to work on, and you can see as all these things just beautifully, you know, come together as one, and that is just it, you know. So but before we leave this, before we move to the next, let's just actually create the next page. So for example, what I mean by that, you need to come to this views place, create a new file, call it project.jsx, and within here say rfc. Okay, do this. Okay, now come to this app.jss place, duplicate this, all these projects. Okay, slash, you know, want to do dynamic id. So this is how you do dynamic id in React, and this component is going to be what? The project component that is coming from the view. Okay, so you save that. Now when I come to this card place, this card, and when I visit this link slash, whatever slash ID, it should bring me up to that page. Okay, so I'll click on this and it's saying undefined because I've not actually passed in some of those parameters. Let me do that for you so that you see what I'm talking about. Okay. So what am I talking about here? So this ID here, so I need to pass some props into here. Say ID is going to be this ID, and this card is going to be what? Call it project, basically project. It's going to be whatever we're passing as that card. Okay, so something like this now is giving an issue. Okay, so what is the issue? Spec element, come here, reference ID is not defined. Okay, so the ID is not defined. That is what it's saying. So the ID is not defined. Yeah, we just want to pass I, not ID. Okay, so let's close this, refresh here. So when we click on this, it kind of takes us to that, other page. And we'll click on this one. See, each one of them has their own specific ID. Okay, so but why that other thing, why this is not showing up, what is it called, this project here is not showing us because of this same commonality that they have, this same thing here that we saw in this heroes component. We need to bring in this to padding structure. Okay, we're going to put it in this place. So we're going to say, for now, let's just say class name for now. I just put it here, and that is it. Okay, so it shows up. So when I click on this place, it takes me to that page. Okay, so we'll next design that page. Fantastic build so far. Okay, to go about working on this particular page, we're going to work on it, that is component by component. I think we have about 2 components for this particular page. So first one is going to be called project details, because it's going to just show the details of this particular component. Let me show you how it's done here. So come to this place. This is where all the components are going to live. So let's create a new component in this folder. Call it project details .jsx. And once you create that, do your React magic right there. Okay, as a React magic. Okay, so after you've done that, you remove this, of course, because importing React everywhere, it's just pretty much redundant. Well, we don't even need to import it any other place. We just need to have it one place. Okay, bring class name, bring it, this particular class, instead of it being here. Okay, instead of it being in this global state, it should, in this particular page, it should just be on the individual component. So I'm going to remove it here. Okay, as a matter of fact, I'm not going to need any form of tags there. Okay, so now I'm going to import that project details component here. It's coming from the components folder, and save that. Okay, well listed here. So with that done, all we need to do now is to come to this particular project space and let's work on it. First, we want this page to have a div, and inside it another div, inside it an image URL. Okay, and I'm just pretty much going to copy this particular image here that we worked on yesterday, that we recently worked on. And then in this image here, all I just need to do, the title is going to be project, of course this is project title, this is the image location. All I just need to do is to work on this particular class a little bit. Okay, what do I need to fix there? The rounded extra large is going to stay the same. The width full is going to stay the same. The only thing I'm going to add here is a breaker, okay, a breakpoint. So for small screen size, is going to be width. The width is going to be full, but on above anything above small screen size is going to be, the width is going to take 1/2 of free space. Okay, so it's going to take that much of a space, 1/3 of the space. Okay, so let's just save that and see how it is. Okay, this is how it is on, on the page. Yeah, bring it to the front. Save that. Okay, so it's well positioned now. The order of these things, they also matter. Okay, so you see that the image is well scaled, object cover fits well, so this is how it is right now. And let's say we reduce this. See, if it gets smaller, it takes up the entire width, but you see, because it's not on the small screen anymore, it just takes 1/3 of the screen, which is what we intended for it. Okay, so with that done, we're gonna need other classes to be here. So like after this image URL, we need another div, of course, that has a h5. So this h5, it's gonna be something similar to what we have already done before. So, but let me just code it all from scratch so you see what we're talking about. So let's say this is the project title here. Let's see what's the title of this project. Copy, plain text is not available. Okay, great. Now let's come to this place. Gonna change this. This is the title of the project, and let's say this 3 days left. This is gonna be dynamic though, so let's just see how this is working out. So this is how it is right now, but we don't want it this way. We want it to be, we don't want it flex to be column, we want it to be row wise. So in order to do this particular div that embodies these two elements, we're going to apply some flex on it. Say class name to be flex. See what happens. You see that this is what happens right here. This is exactly what we want. And justify to be start, of course, items to be start. Okay, because we want the item to start at the very top. We say items to be center. See what happens. It comes to the center point here, but we want it to be start so that it will be at the very top. So when we do this, it goes to the very top. That is what we intend here. So next thing we want to say, on small screen, give it some space. Okay, on the x-axis, space that is up to 4. So
Yep. Anything from small screen and above which kind of matches this thing here. So that means if it's not a small screen, it's just going to, you know, cluster around. You see that. Want to also give it one more class, which we're going to call it flex to be wrap. Flex wrap. Okay, so that is for the top there. For this place, I want to give it a class name of flex to be 1. Okay, and I want to say on small screen the padding top bottom is going to be 0. Okay, anything from small screen and above, anything above small screen, the padding top bottom to be what? 0. Otherwise it should have a padding top and bottom of 4. I will save this. Let me show you this. You see that it has that padding here because of what we applied in this place. If I save this, you see that it doesn't have, but when I bring it back, it does have. Okay, so that is the essence here. Okay, so as a matter of fact, I'm just going to bring that to a small screen so that we can see what is happening properly. So for this particular group that has all the details, we say class name. It's gonna be flex, of course. It's flex colon by the, you know, the way we set it up. Justify to be start and flex. Okay, and then flex wrap. Okay, need that. And then this particular title, want to give some class, want to say text to be what? Gray of 900. And we want to say that the text should be what? Small, and font to be medium, margin bottom to be what? 2. Okay, and we want to say this small one small tag, small element, I want to say the class should be text class, text of gray at 300 or 500. Yeah, let's do 500. So at this 500, we save that. See how that 3 days takes a different shape, which is cool, right? It brings some distinguishing factors between them. So after this, you want to bring in some div. Okay, let's do this up to. Basically, this div is just something simple. What does it do? You just say, for example, small tag, we say open. The class name is text plus gray at 500, and font is what? Bold. Dash bold. This font bold is going to be common across other components here, so I'm just going to put it here. Okay, it's going to be common across, because this is not only going to be the status. These are different status, so each status is going to have their own color. So I'm going to have this here. Okay. Hold on, I think I've kind of missed one thing here, so which is this whole thing is going to live inside of a div. Okay, so in this div that you are leaving, I'm going to create another div here. Okay, so this div is going to have another div inside. Okay. No, it's not going to have another div. It's going to have these tags. Okay, small. And let's just call this the Ethereum wallet address. So let's just say something like 0x9e dot 12af, something like this. And we want to also have something like this, say another small tag, say let's say something like 16 backing. Okay. Okay, so now let's work on this a little bit. So say of course it's going to be flexed to bring some cool structure there. I'm going to say justify to be between, that separates it. I don't think we're going to do it that way. Instead of between, justify is going to be start. Okay, and I want to give you some space of 2. Okay, that separates them. We want to give these classes some good classes. So we're going to say text is going to be gray at 700. Okay, this text is going to be gray at 500, and it's going to have a font that is bold. Coming up together, there is some things we still need to bring in here. So for this place, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be flex. Justify is going to be between. So that sends one of these. This sends this to. It sends this to this other side, and send this to the left, keep this on the left, and keep this on the right. Okay, so that's not all. Let's enter more details. I want to say items to be what center, and the width is going to be of course. Okay, so with that is for that place. We're not done here. We also need that icon. I think we missed it up the other time. Okay, so all this, I'm gonna put it in. Let's see, for now this is a div. I'm gonna cut that, say hello, because I need to see what is going on here. I don't want to make a dumb mistake. So let's say span, just place this here. Okay, that's the correct place of bring it here. About in between here. I think that is the correct place it should be. So I'm gonna undo. So in here, I'm gonna bring ident icon. I'm gonna import it from say import something from React dash. From React ident. I'm gonna import this, give it a string. string is gonna be, let's say, this Ethereum wallet address, because every string is gonna be unique. And let's say the size is 15. Okay, so for now, let's save that. Okay, I'm gonna save that. That is a lot better. All right, so I'm gonna give you some class right here. Say class name rounded. Rounded is gonna be full. I want to give it shadow, medium size shadow. Save. So you see it right there. And for this place, we want to give some margin to the bottom of 3. Let's see, padding bottom or padding to the top. Not too much. 3. Give it 2. Okay. Ain't done yet. That's pretty okay. Okay, after all these places have been taken care of, let's continue working with it, because this is going to have, like, you know, some other features that makes for what we're doing yesterday. I think let me just come to this particular component and copy some of these things. It's going to be faster this way. So for example, I'm going to come back to that. So for example, let's come here first. After here, I want to give a p tag that will have some text inside of it. Let's save that and see. Okay, those are the text that we want to, like, bring in there. I want this text to have a small text, and font to be light, and okay, that's just it for that p tag. Want another div underneath it. Okay, this div is gonna have another div inside. Okay, I think, okay, that is where this particular, you know, component we're copying comes in here. This one. Okay. Okay, which is this. So let's replace this with this component that is responsible for showing this line. I hope you understand that. So that component is just simple. All it just shows is just that progress bar. Okay, that's what it's called, progress bar. And you want to give it, of course, a margin to the top of 4. Okay, that brings some good separation. So with that done, it's time to list out some of the pricing. So create another div here. This component, this particular component is really huge, has a lot of intricate parts, and this is going to be a small tag. I'm just going to say something like 3 ETH. Okay, the 3 ETH raised. All right, and then have another one, like something like, okay, this is going to be a span, and put total number of ETH. Let's say this is going to be 10 ETH. That is the amount that is expected to validate the funding of this project. So when we save that, these are the 2 items here. We want to say for the flex, for this it should be flex and justify to be what between. When you save that, this is what we expect, and want to add enrich this particular place here. Want to make it a little bit different, so we're using this particular font awesome tag, so call it FA Ethereum. Okay, I'm going to import that. I'm going to import that from React icon. So import from React icons. React icons /FA. So we're importing that from there. Let's save that to see how it looks. That is how it looks now. So here we can see something like, you know, this is what flex. Immediately we do that, come back, say justify, restart, and items to be center. See how balanced it is. That is all we need to do for that particular place. And you want to give them a general. I say items to be center here. I want to say font to be what? Bold. Okay, that's cool. And we want to say margin top to be 2. All right, so that's beautiful right there. Beautiful component. So after this, I'm just gonna I need like 2 buttons or thereabout. I need about 2 buttons here, which I could easily copy from this heroes component here. Remember, I created 2 buttons, around 2 buttons here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and bring it here. I'm gonna remove this for this back project. Okay, there you go. But we don't want it to be justify center. It should be start, of course, and we want to give it some margin to the top, a margin top of 4. Right, so we're gonna have more than 1 button here. We're gonna have, of course, it will be programmatically displayed, so we're gonna have more than 1 button. We're gonna have something like edit and delete, and also another button called payout. So for this payout, I think I'm comfortable with orange color. For the delete, I'm gonna give it red, and then for the edit, I'm gonna give it gray. So let's say gray. Save that. Those are the button, beautiful looking buttons. So okay. We got something to fix right there. Let's give this tag some styling. The class name is flex and justify, flex justify to be center, items to center, flex direction to be what? Column. I don't think that solves anything. Oh, let's see. Okay, I think it did solve. what we just need to do is to work on this particular place. All right, guys, I figured out what was wrong with it. Okay, what was wrong with it was, very simple. We needed to add for here, we needed to make, give this a breakpoint. Okay, because on medium screen and above, it should just take up a certain amount of width and not all this, to bring it or position it properly on this in the center. How we did that was, for immediately after the first div, the second div here, we say on medium screen device, the width should be what? Be 2 out of 3 spaces. So when we did that, and you can see that, but it's not well positioned in the center. So to position it in the center, you just need to add to the topmost div here. You want to give it flex, and you want to say justify to be what? Center. When you save that and you enlarge this, you see how beautifully positioned that is now. So for example, see, it works just fine, and see how it just collapsed properly on its own. Okay, so that's the idea right there. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring it back here, and I think I should just give this a margin top of 2. Yeah, that kind of brings a cooler separation. So that is the idea about this, and with that, we're done with this particular component. Okay, so let's quickly finish up the last component, and that took a while. So let's create the next component and add it up here. So come to this component. So we're going to call this component project backers. The project backers .jsx. Okay, and do this React stuff. Save that. Okay, and just bring it in here. Project backers. Okay, and with that, just gonna save it here. I will give it some unique classes like we did before. So what I mean by that, let's give it these 2 classes for now. Oops, that is some huge space. So what is causing that whole space? So okay, we don't need this here, so let's remove that. Okay, that kind of reduced a little bit. So now inside of here, let's create the content of this div. Okay, first thing first, we want it to be flex. Column. We want it to be justified to be center, and items to be what? Start with some full width. Okay, these are the the startup properties we want for this one. Let's say project. Okay. So now after this, we want to use a table. Okay, we want to first wrap it around a class, a div that has a max height of, this is going to be calc. This is how you use calc with Tailwind. Okay, so it's going to be 100 VH. This is how you do minus. Okay, 20 rem. Let's just use rem. 20 rem. Okay, we want this class to be overflow of author. Overflow on the y-axis to be author. Okay, and we want to give this shadow, medium size shadow of MD, and want it to be rounded at medium and want it to be full width as well. Okay, let's call this table. Okay, so this is where the table is going to occupy that place right there. So we're going to say table. Of course, a table is going to have a table head, t head, and it's going to also have t body. Okay, so for the table head, table itself is going to have a class name of min width of full. So the minimum width is going to be full, and then the class for the table head is going to be border bottom, and of course in this border bottom, let's introduce some rows. The arrow, th. The table row, we're going to have this scope. It's going to be what? Column. And we'll call this backer, and class. The class name, let's add some classes here. So for example, we want to give it text to be small, font to be medium, px to be 6, py to be 4, text to be left. Okay, so I'll have backers there. I'm gonna have another one. Let's duplicate this. After backer, we have donations. Okay. Refunded status. And lastly, this is the time this donation was made right there. So we're done with the table head. Now for the table body, we need another row. So we say class name for this table row. Want it to be border, of course. Border bottom is there. The color of the border should be border gray at 200. Transition, don't really need these attributes. Okay, so those classes are not needed. Now what we'll need is a table data td. This table data is going to need a class. Okay, say data here for now. We have a class, and this class is going to be text small, text sm, font is light, px is 6, py is 4, just as before, and white spaces, no wrap. Okay, so that enables the class not to be a wrapped class, a wrapped element. So save that. Okay, so we have these in there, and let's duplicate this table data. So we have 1 2 3, sorry, indicate it 1 2 3. All right, so those are data for all of them. So for this first one, we want to say to have a div. Inside of the div, we need ident icon, okay, which we're going to import from ident icon. So import ident icon from React dash ident icons. Okay, now that you have it, I want to say this string is equal to let's say an Ethereum wallet address 0x2e 042e, and the size is going to be 25. We also need a span. We just copy out this and place it into the span. Okay, this is what we want. Okay, but that's not all. We want to give some classes to this. So class name, the height 10, width is 10 instead, and want to say that object is what contain. I want to say rounded is full, and course, okay, shadow, let's use shadow MD. Okay, so and now that we have that, let's make this parent div here flex class. When we do that, I fall into the same category, justify to be start, items to be what center, and space x is 2. Fantastic. This is exactly what we want for this for that space right there, for that particular div. Now we move upward. The next div is called donations. So inside this donations div here, want to say a small tag, and inside this small tag it's going to have FA Ethereum. We're going to import it from that React icons, and we need another span tag here. I'm going to call this, let's say, is 3ETH. Okay, now when we save that, this is how it looks right now. So I want to say class name of flex, justify, start, items, enter, space x. Let's just say something like this. Fantastic. We probably don't need this. I think it's better this way. Not done. For this place, I want to say class name, text to be what, gray at 700, and I want to give it a font medium. Hey, that is cool. Great. We're done for that donations place. This refunded place is just going to be either yes or no. So it's going to be based on a condition. Okay, so the condition is either if this thing is refunded, we want to say yes, but if it's not, we want to say what, no. So that is just what is going to appear there. So by default it's going to be no because I'm putting false here. And lastly, I just want to display some time, like a time when this was actually, I'm just going to do new date dot get time. Okay, so that pretty much wraps up that particular div right there. So what is remaining, we'll need to make it the same scope as this. So what do I mean by that? So if we come to this particular component here, we want to apply this particular class here. Okay, so the width is going to be this. So that's the width, right? But we also want it to be well centered. So we can say, let's do mx-author. Okay, that positions it very well at the center of the screen. That looks beautiful. Okay, so we can actually do some looping structure here. So let's say for this place here, this table row, we can add some loops here. So array, let's say 5 of them, dot fill, and then dot map. Let's say this is what backing, and this is I. Inside here, paste this. Okay, we say P is equal to I. Okay, and for this particular string here, I'm going to do something funny here. I'm just going to interpolate it with this I here. Yeah, I'm going to also interpolate this I. Let's save that and see each one of these is different. Okay, so let's give some margin bottom, margin top, bottom to the table. So let's say MB is 5. So with that, I have some, let's give it MB is 8. Okay, so at this point, let's say we increase, let's increase it to 10, and let's also increase this to something like 10. See, now this is also scrollable. Inside this div, we'll be able to see all the entities inside this div here. Okay, I could come back here and let's say I want to give this thing like 30. Okay, it's smaller now, but I could actually scroll to see all that. I'm going to give it 25. I think 25 is awesome. See that? So you'll be able to see all the backers of a specific project. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, men and brethren, that is it for this particular component. We still have a few more components to bring in together, and we're going to do that next. All right. Okay, so that is it for this project backers. For this particular buttons, I want to feature in some certain components. Okay, so these are not obvious components, but when you click on back project, it should be able to bring out a place for you to enter in some data. Sorry. Instead, when we click on this add project, it should bring out a form for you to enter details concerning that project, and that is what we want to do next. Okay, to do that, I'm going to close out from all this. Not going to need that anymore, right? Don't need that. Just say okay. For now, let's just come here. Gonna need this place where okay, so let's create a new component, call it let's call it create project.jsx. Okay, in this place, let's do our React shortcut thing. Okay, and let's bring it up to, after this, let's bring this component here, say create project. Save that where it is right here, but that is not how it's going to be. So we'll come to this place and we'll say, I want to give it a class name, and this class we're going to use this method and a backtick. I'm going to say it's fixed. Okay, I want to say it's fixed at the top in 0, position at the bottom, at the left at 0 as well. And we say that, okay, look at where it is. So we want to say width is what's the entire screen, and want to say height is the entire screen, and want to say this item is flex. I want to say items center, okay, and justify is also center. All right, that is in the center, you can see right there, but this is where the trick comes in. The BG is black, okay, and BG, if I do that, this is what you see, and BG dash opacity is at 50. So we're going to use this 50 here. Fantastic. So this is where all the magic is going to be done. All right, I want to say transform and say transition. Transition is actually transform because it's going to transition. The transition is going to be based on this transformation that we're going to be adding. So the duration for this transition or the transformation is going to be 300, and for now I'm going to say scale is 100. Let's save that. Okay, so what if we say scale is 0? See the way it goes. Scale is 100, comes like this. So right here, let's create a div and a form. Okay, this div, the background of this div should be what? BG white. Shadow is extra large. Okay, and shadow should be black. Okay, rounded to be extra large. Width is 11/12. On medium screen, the width should be take up 2/5. and the height should be 7 out of 12 spaces, and it should have an all-round padding of 6. Okay, so that is it right there. And inside of this form we want this form to be flex, of course, but be flex column. Okay, and inside of this form, want the first div want to have a flex and justify to be between items to be center. Save that, nothing happens. Come put a p class here, call this, I want to say the project title. So let's say project title. Okay, save. That is it right there. And want to give you some class styling. Class name is gonna be font of semi-bold. Text is gonna be black, of course. It's black by default. So when you save that, looking good. And you want to give a button. The type of this button is not submit, is actually a button. Don't want it submitting the form for us. So I want to give it a class name of, want it to have a border of 0, want it to be what, transparent, and focus outline is going to be none. Okay, and this particular button, want it to be FA times, which is actually coming from the font awesome library. Okay, so import FA times from React icons. Okay, slash FA. Great. So let's save this and see. There you go. So this is that. That is pretty fantastic right there. So after working on this first div, so we're going to create another div right now. So for this other div, I want to say flex. Sorry. Want it to have another div inside. And inside that div, I want to have an image. Okay, so now this image, we can take in values from what we've already done so far in this particular block. So I'm going to come here, place it with this. For here, I'm going to see height of full, width of full, and object is cover. Don't need this too. And cursor is what, pointer. And save that. Let's see how it looks. Oops, that's pretty large. Looking good. So this div that surrounds this image now, I'm gonna say it shrinks it. Shrink to what, 0. Okay, and we're gonna see what that does in a moment. Let's just say rounded, extra large. Okay, and we'll say overflow to be hidden. You see how that roundedness came up, and the height is going to be 20, width is going to be 20. That is smaller now, right? And then let's see, bring in that shrink of 0. It doesn't do anything, so it's just redundant there. So we're just going to remove it, and let's say class name flex and justify the center items center. See that comes into the middle. Margin to the top is 5. Okay, so that is for this that div that showcases that image. Okay, so after this div, I want to create another div. Okay, so I want to say this div is going to have an input. Okay, so let's say that this is how it looks right now. I'm going to give some class. It's going to be flex, and justify is going to be between. Items is going to be center. BG is going to be gray at 300. Branded is extra large, and margin to the top is 45. I just break this down into multiple lines. Okay, so this is what we just did. All we just need is to make sure this beacon stretches all the way here and it doesn't have any background, and it will just take up, you know, this nice looking design. Okay, front end design is a skill. Okay, and if you know it, your life will be a lot better. I'm actually a full stack developer, so I've been full stack all my life. I take my front end skills really serious, and back end pretty serious as well. So block, that's the name of this input class, which is full. You see that, but you want to say bg to be what? Transparent. Boom, there goes. And I'm going to say border is going to be 0, and that it disappears, but still there as a trick right there. I want to say text is going to be small, so whenever text will give me, and text color is going to be slate at 500 shade. Okay, and afterward I want to say when it's focus, outline will be what? None. And also focus ring on focus, the ring is also going to be 0. Okay, let's save that. So now you can see that, isn't that beautiful? So this is a type of number, and we want to give it steps to be 0.01, and the mean value is going to be this, and name is going to be amount. I'm absolutely doing something different now, but I'm going to come back to it. So this shouldn't be the first input, and the placeholder is going to be amount, and it should be in ETH, and of course it's going to be required. So that the component of this particular thing, you can see can't go less than this, just keep on going high. Yeah, so that is it for that particular input. So first of all, I want to change this from project title, like add project. Okay, cool. And I'm going to duplicate this particular input here. This is going to be called This is a type of text, and the name is going to be title, and this is going to be what? Title, and all these have to go away. Save that. I'll refresh this. Okay, you see title here, amount. That's a title and amount. We want another div. Let's duplicate this. Let's call this one. This is a type of date. Okay, and this is gonna be like name is also date. The placeholder is gonna be date. Like this is what expiration expires. Expires at. So this is the date that it should expire. Don't need these two steps. We need I think that would be it. So let's save that and see. Yeah, when you click on this, brings out that little fancy date which you can select. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we need another one called image URL. So we're gonna say here, duplicate this. It's gonna be text, of course. Name is image URL, and place that is image URL. Will be required. Type is gonna be what? URL. We'll bring you some validation there. So that is it for that place. And then lastly, we'll need a text area. So I'm going to duplicate this. So for this one, we'll call this type is a text, of course. Name is description, and this is going to be description as well. Description is going to be required, but click here. This is text area and doesn't end here. Okay, save that and see. Fantastic. Okay, so forgotten that particular attribute for now. Doesn't really matter much. What matters is what I'm doing here. So afterward, we need a button. Okay, a submit button, and I'm just going to copy one of these buttons that we've been using because I don't want to do all that from scratch. So I'm going to copy this button here, and after this div, I'm going to paste it here and say submit project, and the type this time is actually submit. Okay, and great. You want to give it a margin top empty of 5, and the padding to the top text size is going to be MD, so medium size. Okay, submit so that it will be more pronounced. Okay, I'm going to remove this uppercase thing. Okay, for now that will be it. Now what I want to introduce is I don't want this to be always here. Okay, I want to be able to close and open this form. Okay, that is what I want to do now, and for me to do that, that is where I introduce the store to you. Okay, so let's create a new folder here, call it store, and inside this new folder create a new file, call it index.jsx. Okay, so I'm going to copy some codes here. I'm going to paste it here. I will remove. Let me just show you what I'm going to be needing. Let's see. Okay, what is simply happening here is we are importing the moment library, which is one of the packages we install, and we're actually using this particular state management library as well, called React Global Hooks, React Hooks Global State. Okay, it will hold data for us across multiple components, and then we can use it across multiple components. It's kind of the same thing that Redux does, okay, but this is a lot simpler than Redux. That is just why I like it, and we're going to collect these two functions, which is set global state. It is used to setting the state of a variable, anywhere, and this use global state is used to, fetching data that is stored in a state variable. But this can only be used in a React project, and this get global state, this can be used within files that are not React components. Okay, that is what they do. And then we're actually getting all this value from this create global state, and we are setting up a modal. Like what this modal does, I'm going to put that 100 for now. This is a key in the store, and at the end of the day, I'm just going to export those use global state, get global state, truncate, and days remaining. These are some time. This is a time function that we created to help us format time. This is a function that we created to help us truncate text. Okay, so we're just creating all that, we're saving that, and we are coming here. I'm going to use, say, const use global. No, we're going to call this modal, or let's call it create modal. And this create modal, let's just come to this index or this store here and change this key to create modal, that it will be very much known. I'm going to say use global state, and you see that we're actually importing it from the store, because in the store here we actually exported it. Okay, so we can use it here. Okay, say use global state, and what are we getting? That create modal. Okay, fantastic. That create modal, whatever is inside that create modal, we want to interpolate it here. Okay, and we use this to say create modal. Okay, so now we're interpolating it here. I save it. It seems not to make any difference, but when I come here and change this value to 0, you see it disappears. When I bring 100, it what appears. So we want a function that will automatically do this for us, like we do this dynamically for us. So by default, it's going to be 0. Okay, so and when I come to this in this home component and in this heroes component here, I'm going to come here. I'm going to actually I'm going to this is a button responsible. I want whenever I click this button, it should just what bring up that particular modal for me. So I'm going to come here. I will say on click. Okay, you should set global state. Basically, we want to import it from that store as well. So import set global state from store. Okay, this is what we're importing from the store, and we want to use it here, and we want to target that create modal, and want to say the scale should grow from whatever it is to 100. So I say that when I click this, it comes up. Okay, I also want to click, when I click this, it goes away. Okay, so how do we do that? We come to this create this also import this set global state here, and we just want to do something similar to this on click function here. So whenever we click on this button here, okay, whenever we click on it, that is this button. Okay, whenever we click on it, we want this scale to go to 0. Okay, so when I save that and click this, it goes to 0. Click here, comes up. Click that, it goes away. Okay, so that is it for that particular component. Okay, next we want to create another button, around here, a button that will just stay like constant on this page. Okay, and let me just close this. Whenever you click on it, it should do the same thing as this. Okay, so I'm going to just do that now. So we'll create a component here, call it add button .jsx. All right, so in this add button, we'll do this React shortcut thing, and we'll say save. We'll come to this place and say add button, put it, and you see that right there, but that is not what we want to do. This is what we want to do. Let's come to this place. Let's tie this a little bit. So we say I'm gonna give it a class name of fixed. Right at the right side, it should be 10. At the bottom, it should be 10 as well. I want it to be flex and space of 2, justify to be what? Center. Save that. See where that button comes. See that button, that add button continually stays in there. So that's what we're talking about. Let's work on it further. So afterward, we want to give it some. Let's bring in a button. Okay, so we've used the button before. So for example, this button here, just gonna bring in this button, paste it here. Okay, I'm just gonna import this particular class, so kind of does exactly the same thing. So let's save that. See that button? So when I click on this, it brings in this. I close that, brings that. It does pretty much the same thing, but the difference is that we want to give it like an icon instead. So we'll say BS plus LG. Okay, we are getting this from React icons as well. So import this from React icons / BS. Okay, so let's save that and see that plus sign now. Okay, so I want to give it a class of font - bold. Okay, and I want to say the size is actually like 20. Fantastic, but the roundedness is a little bit not great, so I'm gonna rework on that. First of all, let's remove all this padding around it. Okay, and I'll just say the width is 9, the height is 9. Okay, and so we want to say for this inline block, we want to make sure that this thing is flex. I want to say justify to be what? Center, items to be what? Center. Yep, kind of takes up that natural position. Okay, so right now you see how it looks always there. So when I click this, it comes up. When I click that, it goes away. That's pretty fantastic, and it's only appearing in that home page, of course, which is totally what we wanted. Right, so we want to actually do something like, I'm gonna click on back project issued, display something for us. Okay, so let's do that quickly. So to do this, let's just do it for each one of these. Let's start with this edit and create. They are kind of similar, so I'm just going to come here and duplicate this particular component. I'm going to call it let's paste here. I'll rename this to something like update project. So the name as well, move from create project to what, update project. Okay, and instead of this, update project. So let's create a new handler for it. Close this place and want to bring it in here. So update and import it that component folder. So it's here now, as you can see. Okay, so I'm going to save this, but I'm also going to come to this store here. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this, create another key, call it update modal. So this modal is for updating. So when we come here, anywhere we just see all this, I'm gonna what, mass edit it, change it to this. Okay, and it's in good shape. So basically we're just duplicating that create project modal, and we're just changing in every of those things to align with what we have here in the store. So we have update modal here instead of create modal, and all of these places are saying the same thing, because it's actually going to be the same thing, just that by default I'm just going to populate it with data. Okay, so here I'm going to say edit instead of add, project. And so that is everything you need to do for that create update project. And after doing that, you need to now come to this particular project details. Come here to this edit. We want to say on click. Okay, we want to say set global state hooks, of course. So we want to actually import this at the top here. So import set global state from what, the store. So we want to import, and at this place we want to say whenever this is clicked, I want to target that update modal, the update modal. I want to say its scale to be 100. All right, so when we click here now, that's something we're missing. We are not supposed to use this here. Okay, this is not going to be used here. Let's use it here. Okay, save. Come to this home, come to this project place, project view. This is where we're going to use it. Okay, so import it here. Fantastic. You see how it shows up because we've already clicked it. So I click here, it shows up. Click here, it disappears. Click here, it shows up. Click here, it disappears. Okay, want to do for this back project as well. So basically for this back project, it's relatively gonna be simple. Okay, it's gonna have the same kind of characteristics as that edit and create modal. So I'm gonna come here, copy this component, paste it again. Okay, I'm gonna rename it. So let's say call it back project. Hey, back project is the name. So we want to mass edit this. So I'm going to click here. You click Shift Command L, and it will highlight wherever it is and say, want to say back project instead of what, edit project. Want to say this should be project title. So I have project title. This will be featured dynamically, okay, later on. And of course, let's just save this first. Okay, so you come to this store here. Let's duplicate this. Let's say this is going to be back modal. In this back modal here, I'm going to save that. I will come here. Anywhere I see this create mode, I'm going to change it to back mode. So I'm going to mass edit it. I'm saying Shift Command L or Control, Control Shift L for Windows guys, Shift Command L for Mac guys. Okay, and then you paste this, and yep, you save that. That's not it. Now you come to this place. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this command. So at here, back project, I'm going to say, instead of this, I'm going to say back project, right? So save that. When we click on this back project, okay, we've not added it yet to this place. So let's import it to this page and say back project. Okay, import that component, save it. See, it appears. Let me so it appears here. So when I click back project, this appears, right? So but we need to edit it a little bit. For example, we don't need the title in this page. We only need the amount, so we don't need the other things. The rest of this data is unnecessary. So we're gonna save that and say back project. See that? Fantastic. So this is what is going to show up when we need to back a project, and then you can click this back project and it will be backed. Okay, so that is it. So this works fine. This works fine. Now the last thing that we need to do here, and that is actually like the last thing, is edit. So when we click on that, it should launch a modal for us, and it should ask us, oh, you're about to delete something, So let's do that right now. Okay, let's do that. How do we do that? So come here. It's going to take something similar to this back project. So I'm going to duplicate that, paste this here, rename this to sort of back project. We'll call it delete project. Okay, right here, this is what the delete project. We just need to mass edit this. So say, and then your shift and come say delete project instead of back project. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say delete project. Okay, instead of being green, I'm gonna choose red. And save that. Let me just bring it out on the view so that you can see what is going on here. I'm going to import it in this place. So I'm going to say delete project and import it here. So we have that delete project. So we now come to here and we say create a new key, call it delete project. Okay, so we save that, and inside of this, not this back, this delete project, I'm going to target wherever we have back modal. I'm going to change it all to what delete modal instead. Fantastic. And then we can come to this project details place. Okay, and I'm going to copy it, bring it here, change this. So delete modal. Okay, so let's save that. When we click on this, you see it brings it up here. So now I want to change this whole form thing to something uniquely different, like a warning sign. So I'm going to come here, remove all this and save. Okay, so now inside of here, this is where I'm going to bring in some warnings. First, I'll need a p tag. I say, are you sure? Okay, so, and I don't need a background color attached to it. Okay, are you sure? Justify to be what? Center. Items to be center, of course. So now, are you sure? It's one question, and then we have a small tag saying this should be a class of text read at 500, 400, saying this is irreversible, with a pound symbol right there. So save that. Okay, text is colon. Put that. Okay, that goes very well. So this is irreversible. You're about to delete this project. This is irreversible, and this will be like the project title. And when you click delete, it just goes on and what? Get deleted. Okay, so okay, that is actually submitting the form for now. So let's click delete, and then that. So all of this functionality, this is not going to need any form of extra modal. When you just click pay out, is actually going to pay out. But let's just click edit, be able to edit. Back is able to back. Delete shows up, back shows up, edit shows up. When you come here, you can be able to add project. Okay, you can be able to add project, and you can be able to click that button as well, add your project. Okay, so with this right now, we're kind of done with the front end thing, and we'll next be going into the back end things, which you see how we use the Solidity programming language to create our smart contract and put all these things together. All right, that is it. Okay, now at this point, we want to actually create the smart contract, which will be the backend code that will regulate all the logics behind our front end operation. So we'll be able to create project, edit project, delete project, have people back a project. All those logics are going to be featured in this smart contract. So to create your smart contract, I would like you to go to the SRC folder and right click and create a new folder, call it contracts. Okay, you should have that exact keyword, contract, and inside this folder I want to create a new smart contract, call it genesis.so for Solidity. And then this is just the beginning of the file. This is how it's going to look like. Okay, so we have this spdx, which is the license identifier. This is the compiler version, and this is just our smart contract declaration. Fantastic. This is where we code all the smart contract logics. Is going to go into this place. I'm going to just bop in this a little bit so that it can be seen by all clearly. So I'm going to paste this code faster so that I will just explain what it is all about. If you really want to learn smart contract development, I have a ton of materials to help you. First of all, I have some videos on the channel that will help you learn smart contract development, and I also have my new book, which I've just shown you at the beginning of this presentation. You can check the description part of this video, the description box, and you'll be able to see my book on capturing smart contract development, which will take you throughout the entire genesis to revelations of what smart contract development. All right, with that said, let's get in. So I'm gonna require this state variable. I need an owner variable. This
this particular state variable capture will take hold of the owner's account. Whomever becomes the deployer of this smart contract will be the owner. It's public and is an address, data type. This project tax, this is basically the amount of money, the token or the amount that it will cost each person to, or it will cost each person. Basically, I feel like, okay, is the amount, the percentage of tax that will be taken from each project once it passes the stage of approval. Once it is approved, once it passes the criteria, we take this certain amount of percentage off the overall donation for a particular project, and the money is coming from the backers of that project, and we're just taking a certain percentage at the end of the day. That is what it is about, this project tax. And this count, this will take note of all the projects that have been posted on this platform. This balance will contain information about the balance, the amount of money that this particular project, the entire smart contract has augmented from all the backings that is coming from all the backers. Okay, and this project, this start struct, this is a structure which we will soon define, but this start we hold statistics about the store. Okay, the store, we have statistics, and we're putting it in this state variable. This project struct will soon create that. What it does is to carry an array of all the projects that are going to be posted into this smart contract. So the project is an array that holds all the projects in our smart contract. That is what this set of variables they do. The next set of variables, which include mappings, basically what they do is we have an address. An address is every user, want to be able to keep track of every user's projects. So this project once I pass an address of a user, it will return all the projects that particular user has created in this platform. Okay, this is backers of. Basically, we will map every project ID to all the backers for that particular project. So I'll just need to pass an ID of a project and it will return me all the backers for that particular project. And this is called project exist. It will return a Boolean value, true or false, if a certain project exists by supplying the project ID. So that is what all this does under the hood. So I'm pasting these structures. Okay, this is an enum. Okay, it will contain the stages or the statuses of a particular project. So a project can be open, approved, reverted, deleted, or paid out. So this enum contains all of those statuses. All right, this is a struct for statistics. A statistics has total projects, it has total backings, and has total donations. So as we're applying it here, this particular struct start state variable will contain information about this total project on our platform, total backings that has been made on the platform, and total donations that has been made in the platform. And then this is backer struct. What it does is each backer will carry this information. For example, the owner, a backer will have like information about himself, which is the address. So the owner of this, is in the backer's account himself, and these contributions will carry information about all the contributions that this particular backer has made. Okay, basically take note again, the owner, which is the Ethereum wallet address, the contribution, this is how much this particular backer is backing for this project. Okay, and this is a timestamp, symbolizing when this particular backing took place. and refunded is a status which we what bear information whether this particular backer was refunded their money or not. And this refunding of money is going to be based on the idea that this particular project refused to reach the stipulated amount of what of money that it needed before the expiration time, because once the project's expiration period clocks in and the expected amount of money has not been reached, that money backers can actually request for a refund of their money, and all those that has contributed to that particular project will receive all their money. So this is where this refunded status come into play. Now this project struct, it involve these are the information that each project on our platform will carry. For example, we can see a project has an ID, it has an owner, it has a title, description, image URL, cost, raised. Basically, this is cost, this is amount of money that was expected, that was stipulated, that was described that this particular project should raise. But this is amount that was actually raised. Okay, the amount would be greater than the amount that was requested for by the project owner. Okay, the raise could be less than or greater than what the cost. All right, this is the timestamp that the time that this project was created. This is the time that it expires. These are what the number of backers this particular project has, and this status we carry an enum which will be what the project will be open, approved, reverted, deleted, or paid out. Okay, so those are the information that you need to know about this. So right here we're creating a modifier which is actually called owner only. This modifier ensures that whomever is trying to access a certain resource or a certain function must be the owner of this smart contract, which is the deployer of this smart contract. You can see that here. And how do we make this owner, the deployer of this smart contract, is in this particular logic here. When we initially deploy the smart contract, this constructor function was the first to be executed, and in executing of this smart contract, in the execution of this constructor function, the sender or the deployer became the owner of this smart contract. So that is basically what is going on here. All right, and then the action, which is actually an event, we emit information about the project, such as what the ID of the project, the type of of event that is being emitted, which we will dynamically supply. That information is a string, and this is the executor, whomever performed this particular event, okay, will become the executor. And then the timestamp is when this particular event is being fired. Okay, so that is the idea about it. This project tax will be coming from whatever we specify as the tax per project, okay, in the platform. So when we deploy it, we are actually supplying this information along, and then we set it up in this project tax state variable here, which you can see. Okay, so that is just the set of things that we've just done there. So the next thing we need to do is to create the create function, the create project function. Okay, so this function is responsible for creating a project, and this function we collect or we bear information, or we collect information such as the title that we want to specify, the description, the image URL, the cost, the expiration time. Okay, it will take all of this information from the web view, which is actually a form, and then supply it to this function. All right, and once we receive it at this function, I'm going to just shift this here. Once we receive it here, we'll perform some validations. The validations include checking that the title is not empty, okay, by saying byte, the byte of this title, the length of the byte of this title is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, that means it contains some text. But if it's not, title should be it should be rejected with this message saying title cannot be what? Empty. The same thing goes for the description and the image URL, since they are all strings. Okay, so the cost, we can say require that the cost, okay, is greater than 0 ether. Otherwise, you should say cost cannot be 0. Again, we want to make sure that the expires at, okay, is greater than this particular time. Okay, that is what I meant by that is the time you want this project to expire. You don't want it to expire at the same time that you're creating it. So I want to make sure that they expire at, or I don't want someone creating, you know what, this would have been a very handy tool, but I'm just not going to include it here because this is a project demo. But if you're actually building this for deployment sake, you want to add this particular parameter that says expires at must be greater than block.timestamp. Okay, if you do this, then it will make sure that whatever you're creating, the timestamp for it must always be what? Greater than what? This block.timestamp. I don't want to do this because I may want to manipulate some things and show you how it works on the view. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, so right now I'm defining a project object from that project struct, and defining a project object and assigning an ID with it. Okay, assign this ID, which is project count, initially to be 0. So the ID of this project will start with 0, and the owner is going to be whomever is calling this function, which is msg.sender. The title is what is coming from the parameters, the description and what URL the same. The cost is also coming from the parameter. The timestamp is coming from the global variable block.timestamp, and the expires at is coming from what? The parameter as well. All right, so that is how you define these various attributes. Afterward, we pushed this particular project into the project array, and we marked it as what? That it exists. So project count, which initially will be 0, will now become what? True. So project exists with the ID of 0 is actually true. And then project of this particular msg.sender, we push this particular project to read, making this person project, we are actually saying that this person now has this project. This project belongs to whomever just posted it. And then we actually incremented the statistics of the store of this smart contract by saying the total project, we increase it by 1. We emitted an event saying project count plus, okay, and then we say project created with this msd or sender, which is the executor. This is the type of what? The event which we dynamically supplied, and the block.timestamp is the time that it was what? Created. So that is what you need to know about this particular create project function. I'm going to indent this. All right, so after doing this, the next thing we need to do is function to update a project. Okay, so this is a function that helps us to update a project. Okay, and what does it do? It does almost exactly the same thing as a create project. The difference here is that we are not taking a new cost, because we don't want people changing the cost, because they are saying that people are actually donating faster than they expect, so they kind of increase the cost. We don't want that. Don't want no shady business. But we're also taking the ID of that particular project, because that is how we can make the changes to the title, description, image URL, and the time of expiration. Okay, so with that, we need to do some validations here. So these are the validations that we want. First validation is we want to make sure that whomever is intending on updating this project, the project is actually the owner of that project. That's why we say msg.sender, which is the caller, is equivalent to the project owner. Otherwise, you say unauthorized entity. All right. We want to also make sure that the project exists, which is not really necessary anymore, because if the project exists, then this owner will have. So this is basically redundant. I'm going to remove it, but this project owner, okay, this for this to pass, a project must already exist before it can even make this comparison. Otherwise, it won't work out. So, and then we also check for what this title, description, and image URL. After this, we updated the project title, description, image URL, and experience art with the information that is coming from the parameters, which are these 4 information. That is what we're actually updating in this place. You see that we say project, and then we targeted that particular ID, and what? Targeted the title, the description, the image URL, and the experience art, and updated it with all this information. At the end, we emitted a project updated event, which is the same thing as this action event, but we just change some of the content, and the message of sender will become the executor, and this is the timestamp. Okay, so basically that is what we just did. All right, so returns true because this is what we instructed it to return boolean at the finishing of the function. So with that done, let's go to the next thing we need to do about this function. Okay, this is a delete project function. All it does is to accept an ID, and then what? Because it's public, it takes 2 requirements. It's first of all check that this project exists. Okay, and we don't want to use this method. We want to use this method here because if you are not the owner of this project, it's not you shouldn't be able to delete it in the first place. Okay, so I'm going to remove it. Oh, I think we already have it here at the bottom here. Okay, so but there is a little clause. Okay, the clause here is that it's not only the owner of the project that could delete it, but the platform itself, the owner of the platform themselves, can actually delete this project. For example, in a situation where it's being maliciously being used, okay, so this project can be deleted for that kind of reason. But if you don't want to bring out all those sort of if you don't want that kind of clause, because okay, so you might want to remove this clause here if you don't feel comfortable with it, and just have only this clause, which will only permit the owner of this contract to do the deletion. All right, so and after these requirements are met, the next thing you want to do is to say project ID dot status. You want to update the status with deleted. All right, and then immediately perform a refund if there is any form of backings already in this project. Okay, and then emit a project deleted event returning true. So now let me show you this function that perform refund function. So this is a perform refund function. All it does is to take a specific ID of a project, and it goes into the backers of such project and get the address of the owner, get the contribution of such owner, and mark that particular user or that particular backer as refunded. Okay, this is where that refunded becomes true. Okay, because this person has been refunded. all right, and then the timestamp will be like this is the time that this person was refunded, okay, and then this money is actually being paid back to him. So this is the owner and this is his contribution sent to him, and then we recalibrated the statistics by deducting the total backings by what, by 1, and we also deducted the total donations by what, that specific donation for each one of those backers for a specific project. Okay, now this particular function here is responsible for sending the money to a specific address. So this is an address and this is a specific amount that money that this function is going to send using this method here. Is going to what, send back the money to each one of those addresses that we specified here. So I just wanted to bring that out. Okay, so this function is quite simple. Okay, we're not done with it, but what is happening here is quite simple. This function helps you to back a specific project. Okay, how does it do that? It takes the project ID, it's public and it's payable. Okay, so you can actually call this without sending some money. Okay, it checks that the money that you're sending is greater than 0 Ethers, so it must be greater than 0 Ethers. You make sure that this project actually exists. Okay, because if the project doesn't exist, you can't back this project. And it also ensures that the status of this project is still what, open. If it's not open, it will not allow you, say project no longer open, so it won't allow people to what, perform backing anymore. So with that done, the next thing we need to do, we calibrated the statistics of the store, which is the total backings is increased by 1. The total donation is increased by whatever amount this particular this particular backer is donating. The project, the raised is also increased by what, the amount of money raised for this project is also increased by whatever amount the backer is supplying. And then we increase the backers, the number of people that have backed this project, by what, 1. That is what is happening here. The next thing, we are actually pushing into what, the backers of this particular project right here. We are pushing this new backer that has this is the owner address. Okay, these are the contributions that is bringing out, and this is the what, a timestamp. This is the specific moment that he's making this backing. And of course, this is not refunded. Refunded is false. So we're actually recording that backing of that project, okay, for that particular project. And then we are emitting this event saying project backed with all this information, such as the ID, the message, the sender, and the time that it was what, backed. Not only that, we also need to do this. We need to make some beautiful if conditional statements here. First of all, each time a backing is actually organized, one will check, is the project ID, this particular project, the raised amount of money, is it greater than or equal to what, the cost that was specified by the user? If it's at least greater or equal to what, the cost, that means this project has achieved its cause. What it is intended for has been achieved. So it's going to change the status to what, approved. Okay, and then the balance of this project is going to become what, the balance for this particular, that is the balance that we're adding it to the global global amount of money raised that this our website or our smart contract has accumulated, will be increased by that total amount of money that was raised. And then a payout command will be what, activated immediately, and then we'll return this what, true. If this if this particular condition is not the case, and this one, we also check another one. If the current time is greater than or equal to the time of expiration, at this time, that means the raised project has not, the project has not reached the amount of money that it was hoping for. So this particular condition is not checked next to find out, okay, at this time, do we still have time here? Is there still time here? If there is still time here, okay, if the time has expired, that is what we're just checking. Has the time expired? If it has expired, we should do what? Change the status to what? Reverted, and what? Perform a refund to all those people that backed up this project. Otherwise, if these two criteria are not the situation, it will just continue on and return true. Now let me show you this payout function, how it works here. So this perform payout, which is here, what it does is to take a specific project ID. Internal means that it cannot be seen or accessed outside of this smart contract. Okay, and what is happening here is that the raised amount of money, okay, we're gonna grab in. So we are grabbing the raised amount of money, and then after we grab it, we then calculated the tax for this particular project as well. This is the tax that we calculated a raised amount of money, and then we calculated the tax for that particular project, and then we said pay that is what the status of this project is now, what pay that, and then we paid the owners. Okay, we paid the owner of this particular project. What should happen here is we should pay the owner of this project. We need to pay the owners the raised amount minus the tax, and then after we pay up that, we then actually pay the platform owner the tax that it deducted from that particular process. Okay, that is what is happening here. So and yeah, so that is what is happening for this place here, this raised amount. Okay, so we don't really need all this fancy stuff here. Okay, this is the raised amount of money, and we're just multiplying by the tax in percentage divided by 100. This we return the tax for us, and then once the tax is returned, we can then subtract the tax from the raised amount of money and pay the owners, and then actually pay ourselves the tax. That is what is happening. And then we deduct the raised amount from the global balance. Okay, yeah, so the global balance will now have less of that particular raised amount. Okay, so and then this is emitted as project paid out. Okay, so that is what is happening here. All right, so let's continue with the other functions. So this is another function. What this function does is to request for refund. Okay, so let's say the time that was stipulated got exhausted, and this project did not generated the revenue that it intended for. Okay, so a person wants to get back the money, a backer wants to get back his or her money. What happens is that this project, he's going to click on this function or request using this function. So the smart contract is going to check the status to make sure that this particular project has not already been reverted, or that this project is not already been deleted. Okay, so it will check for those two criteria, and after checking, it's going to what say, okay, this project now I'm going to what revert it, and after reverting it, it's now going to perform a refund, and all the backers of this of this particular project, they're going to what receive their money, like that, and that is just it. Fantastic. So this is how this particular function works under the hood. Yeah. Okay, here is a function called payout project. Okay, and the project owner basically can request for this, can click on this function, and this function is going to what pay him, pay him his money. Okay, what is going to happen is this is going to check that this project is approved, because if it's not approved, you can't perform any what payout. Payout is equal to like withdraw your money. Okay, and we are making sure that the balance that we have is is accurate with the raised amount of money, because we did all those checks and balances. So we want to make sure that is still consistent with the flow. Okay, and I don't really see any need for this, because because of the checks and balances, it's always going to what the money, there is going to be sufficient amount of money to pay out this particular owner of this project, and is ensuring that whomever is calling this function is actually like the owner of that project, or the owner of the platform can what authorize that this person should be what paid their money. All right, and then a perform payout function is going to what kick in immediately. And what does perform payout does, it calculates the raised amount and deduct the tax, and actually send it to what the project owner, and what also what pay the platform's owner. That is what it does under the hood. Lastly, we have these little functions. What do? Like this function simply changes the tax per project in the platform, and it must be in percentages. That means from 1 to what 100. That will be this value, and it can only be called by what the owners of the platform. This particular function gets a project, a specific project, so it's going to what return the projects for one specific project by what specifying the ID. So the project grabs, we grab a specific project by supplying its ID, and then we return it. So that is what this function does. This function returns all the projects in the platform, all the projects that have been created in our platform, and this gets all the backers for a specific project. That's why we're supplying this ID. You see, it's going to return all of the backers for this particular project, and that is just all the functions that makes up this particular smart contract. That is how they work and function. All right, with that done, let us actually deploy it into the network and see that everything works out great. So to do that, I'm going to clear up this. Place, and I'm going to type in yarn Hardhat node. Okay, type in yarn Hardhat node. All right, I'm going to divide this screen. So when I type that yarn Hardhat node, which you can see here, yarn Hardhat node, okay, it will spin up the development, the blockchain server. And of course I'm going to clear this. I'm going to say, because if you come to this script place, okay, this place is very important here. What is happening is that we are grabbing the deployment script. This is just how it functions. Okay, we're getting Hardhat and what the file stream, Node.js package. Okay, and we are specifying that the tax for the platform, how much we're going to tax per project in the platform, is 5% of whatever that was raised for that project. And we are grabbing the project, the smart contract artifact, okay, because it's going to be built and then the artifact is going to be generated. So we are grabbing this smart contract artifact, and after grabbing it, after it was compiled and all that, we are deploying it into what? The network, by passing this tax fee, which is what we specified here in the constructor. You understand that? So the constructor, basically whatever is in the constructor, that is what they are passing here. The tax fee is what? That 5%, we're passing it here, and then we're going to wait till what? It is what? Deployed. And after it is deployed, we now can what? Save. We can save the what? The contract address of this particular smart contract in this location right here, and also log it out on the console, because by default Hardhat doesn't really incorporate the ability to what? To capture the address, the smart contract address that has just been deployed. So we have to manually do this ourselves. Okay, so that is what this particular deploy.js script does under the hood. So I'm going to run this script now. How do you run it? Say yarn hardhat run scripts. Script is talking about this particular folder, and in that script I'm going to say deploy.js. You click enter, it's going to what? Compile it. If everything is worked okay, there is no error, so everything was well compiled and what? Put into the network, and we can see this is what the contract address here, and it's already been saved, because if I come here, this is the HBI that has just been that has just been built. You can see this Genesis. These are all the smart contract artifacts here. It has already been built. This is the bytecode. This is how the bytecode looks like. Okay, this is bytecode for this smart contract. This is how it looks like. Fantastic. Look at all the bytecode down to this place. Okay, so but the address, this is where the address is. This is a contract address which you can use later on to interact with this smart contract. So that is the idea about creating and actually putting this smart contract on the network. So with that stated, the next thing I want to do is to start creating it like we want to create like a service, a blockchain service that we use to be interacting with each and every function in this smart contract that is now living on this blockchain server. Because if you look at right now, this smart contract has been deployed. Okay, you can see the contract address, you can see the transaction, see the particular account that deployed the smart contract, the gas that were used and all that. So this thing is set for re-interaction, and we'll do that next. All right, okay, so we got to start connecting all these things with the backend. Now we have our backend coded, our smart contract deployed on the local network. We have to start connecting our front end or our back end with the front end, and being able to interact with it with our app right here that we just finished building with React. So how we can do that? We start with this ability to connect a particular wallet to the application. So basically what we want to do is authentication. Okay, so when you connect this, it's going to be connected to a specific wallet account, and then that from that wallet, that will be where transactions will be signed and authorized. Okay, so let me just show you how you do that. Okay, to do that, open this your project structure. We'd like you to go to open this store. In this store here, we want you to create a new key, call it connected account. Connected account is going to be an empty string. Okay, so this is where we're going to be storing any wallet, any account that will actually connect here. It's going to be stored in this key here in this store. So that is what we want to do. So once you've done that, I want you to come to this blockchain. I want you to create a new folder. Okay, create a new folder here. Call it services. Just services. and then inside of it create a new file, call it blockchain.jsx. okay, so this is where all our blockchain codes are going to be living. All right, and I'm going to show you how to do that step by step. Okay, so we're going to paste some files here so that I will explain to you what they're doing under the hood, one line at a go. So I'm going to paste this here, and first thing we want to do, want to import the ABI. Okay, the ABI for this smart contract, which was compiled when we ran this particular command here. We ran a command called this thing Hardhat, yarn Hardhat run script/deploy.js. Once you do that, you actually are compiling the smart contract into bytecode, which an ABI, which you can find in this directory here. This is according to our configuration that we did here. We say that the source where all the smart contract will live is in this contract folder, and then where ABI, the artifact, will be dumped is in this folder called what? ABIs. Okay, and inside of the SRC, this is what the JSON ABI right here for this Genesis smart contract. So what you need to do is you want to make sure that you reference this ABI properly. You can see this is what SRC and what we're looking for in this contract folder. Yeah, this contract folder, and inside Genesis. Okay, Genesis.solidity, and then inside of that Genesis.solidity we have Genesis.json. Okay, so now this is what Genesis.json. So you want to specify this properly. This is a smart contract address which you can find here. So this is the address of this particular smart contract that has been put into the local blockchain network. So we are grabbing that address there, and we're grabbing these two function from the store, and then the Ethers.js library, we are grabbing that as well. Okay, after we've done that, I want to actually load up, that is extract Ethereum object from the browser. Okay, the Ethereum object is always present whenever you've installed the MetaMask wallet. If it is installed in your machine, then you should have this Ethereum object in the Windows. And then I want to actually extract the address. I have to call it address.address. So I actually get the address of the smart contract on the web, and also get the ABI. Okay, so I'm actually assigning them to various variables here. Okay, the next thing we want to do is connect wallet. This function will enable us to connect wallet. That is, whenever I click on this connect wallet button, what will happen is it's going to perform the instructions that are written in this block of code here, which is the connect wallet. First of all, it's going to make sure that MetaMask is installed. If it isn't, it's going to say please install MetaMask. It's going to grab the accounts that are available on that network and just going to register your selected account in this connected account key that we stored here in the store. All right, so if that fails, it's going to report error, which is basically what this function does, is to throw up error on the console. Okay, so that is what is happening there. I will need one other function to get started with. I'm going to need this other function here. This is called wallet connected. The duty of this particular function is to check for connected wallet on the fly. It's to regulate, watching out for any changes with MetaMask, like if you change the chain, like if you move from Goalie test network to your local test network, what should happen is a reload should happen. That is why you're saying that on change, okay, on change, like change. This is an event that this particular function is going to be watching out for. If you change your that is your MetaMask, this particular network, if you change it from, let's say, Goalie to localhost or Zapier or to Ethereum mainnet, what will happen is going to reload your entire application. Okay, and this, if you change your account in a particular wallet, is going to just it's not going to reload everything. It's just going to it's just going to recheck this function. It's going to run this function again to make sure that everything is properly aligned, and that is just what it does under the hood. Okay, and let me just show you this. I'm going to export these functions. So I'm going to say export, and I'm going to list out the function I want to export, so which is connect wallet and and is wallet connected. Okay, these two functions, I want to export them. Great. So with this going on, I want to come to this component and this header.jsx file here. In this file here, what we want to do is we want to say, whenever you click on this particular button, say on click, should connect wallet. Okay, want to import it from this blockchain services. Okay, this particular blockchain service, this is where we're importing it from. Okay, so with that in good shape, let's save it and come to this place. Okay, it's saying that we have an error here saying no module not found. What is going on here is the way we reference these places, because there's a change in, this is inside a folder, so I have to step out, from this folder before I can access this ABI here. So to do that, I'm just going to come here. These ones, all these that I reference, I'm going to put an extra dot in front of them, and when I save that, you see all of that error is gone. So now I just have to click connect wallet, and if there is an error, we got to check it out. Okay, connect wallet, nothing seems to happen. Oh, I think I get what is happening here. There is nothing wrong with it in the first instance. It's just that I have not disconnected from the existing wallet that has been connected. It's not showing up here, but it's actually connected. You can see it right here. So to change this, let me disconnect from all of this account. I'm going to disconnect from this, disconnect from that. Okay, now let me refresh this and let's click connect wallet. You see, it launches this for me and wants me to connect. I'm going to connect about 3 of these accounts. Okay, and click connect, and so it's connected. So when I refresh, you see, but there is nothing showing up here. That is because we need to change this button from being this thing called connect wallet to actually to show up the Ethereum address. Okay, how you do that is simple. You come here and say const, we're accessing a particular function from use global state. Sorry, not that. From this store. Okay, and what we're doing, want connected account. So this is the key that we want. I'm going to put it here, and we want to say that if there is a connected account. Okay, we want to do this, otherwise we want to do that. Okay, otherwise we want to say connect wallet, otherwise, okay, this is what we want to do here. Okay, if this account has been connected already, what we want to do is to just show up the connected account. Okay, if it is connected already, so we just want to show the connected account. Otherwise, we show us this other button that says what, connect wallet here. So let's save that and see. So you see what I'm talking about here. So let's refresh. You can see this, click connect, because it's already connected, is showing up here. So but you know, it's not really pretty, it's too lengthy and messed up. So let's truncate it using this particular function called truncate here that we're getting from the store. So we'll come to this header.jsx and let us wrap around that function on this. I'm going to say connected account 4411, okay, and save it. Okay, you see how that that particular account look like. It's a lot better now. So when I do this, it is there. So but I don't want to be clicking this every single time before it actually show up here. So that's why I will rather come to this place. We're going to use the second function now and come to app.jsx. okay, in app.jsx file. I'm going to use effect here. Okay, we're going to get it from it's going to be an asynchronous function, of course, getting it from React. Okay, now I'm going to say await. What are we awaiting for is wallet connected. Okay, we're importing that from the store. So every single time, once we refresh this browser, it's going to first check if this wallet is already connected. If it's already connected, it's just going to reconnect that back to us, and we'll see the string on the button. We'll see the account on the button. We don't have to click on it every single time to show up anymore. And want to say that it should log out, blockchain loaded on the console. So let us see that in action. We'll save. Okay, let's refresh. Wow, look at that. By default, it just automatically is put in place for us. Isn't that fantastic? So with that done, let us do the next action here, which is to start adding some projects. Okay, so let's get into that next step. So currently, for this particular component, when we click add title, we want to be able to do stuff like this amount. Let's say, okay, the day, the expiration day, let's say 17th, image URL. Okay, let's copy this copied image URL and paste here. Okay, and let's do some of that and let's submit. Okay, it's actually refreshing the entire thing. We need to work on it. Okay, so in working on it, I'm going to close from here, close this component, come to this particular component called create project. First of all, one will say that whenever a project is submitted, I want to say it should be submitted through the function called handle submit. Okay, in handling submit, we want to pass an event, of course. Okay, so this event dot prevent default, we make sure that our project is not submitting via the regular way that JavaScript is designed to submit a form. Okay, through the get method. Okay, now want to come here instead in this form place. I want to say on submit. Whenever I want to submit to short, call this function called handle submit. Okay, so and this is the button that we are responsible for submitting a project. Okay, so in submitting a project, we need some certain variables. Okay, we need to get a title, which we can get from some React state variable. So we'll call this set title, and it's going to be from use state React, of course. an empty by default. So I will need a title, the description. Okay, I need title, I need description, I need amount. Okay, I need an amount. I need what else? I need a date, an image URL. I need date, and I need date, and I need image URL. Image URL here. So I'll need all these variables, and now we can come to this place here called title. Okay, and that is the name. I want to say on change. Okay, whenever we change the value of this input, what we want to do, we want to get the particular event, that change event. We want to update that title. We are updating it with what? That event target value. Okay, the value of it, that is what we're using, updating it. And then by default, the value here is going to be the title. So whatever we're putting in there is going to be reflecting as well. So that is binding. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same for this place. Just going to change this from being title to being amount. Okay, and this is going to be date. Okay, date. Okay, and this is image URL. Image URL. Okay, and this is description, so I'm going to put that here, and let's call this description. Okay, so I want to grab all that and want to come here. I want to say do an if statement here. If there is nothing in this title, or there is nothing in this description, or there is nothing in this amount, or there is nothing in this date, or there is nothing in this image URL, you should just return this. You should return silently. Okay, otherwise we want to put them in a parameter. So have something like params, and we're saying title, okay, description, okay, description, we want the amount, we want the date, we want the image URL. So we want all these things and want to actually log it on the console. So say params by default, this is what we're logging out. So let's save this and check it out on the browser. So let's say add this, okay, and let's choose this day, so let's choose a different one. Let's come here and look for some image online. It's a project. Just look for an image. Okay, what image can we use? Let's use this one. Okay, I'm gonna what? Copy image address onto our app, place it here. I think let's copy the one that ends with, that ends with an image extension. Okay, that is what the ones we're looking for, the one that ends with an image extension. So let's take this and check it out. Oops. Okay, that didn't work out. Let's look for a different image altogether. Let's choose this. Let's see. Okay, copy image address. Come on, is every image on the web? I'm gonna go to Pixabay. Okay, tired of this trash. All right, so okay. So I'm gonna just copy this image address. Okay, come here, paste this. Okay, it ends with .jpeg. Come here. I'm just going to get a lorem ipsum thing, lorem generator. Okay, I'm gonna copy this here, right here. Now let's come here, populate it here. So let's click submit. Okay, what is wrong? Hello world. There seems to be an issue here. So what is the problem? Prevent default, title, description, amount, date, and image URL. Is there something that is missing amongst them? Amount, date, image URL, description. How many is here total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5. So what is the problem? Okay, let me just uncomment this and let me submit this. Okay, is there anything missing? All of these kind of have values. All right, so that means there was an error in this. I should put pound symbol in front of it here. So now let's run it again. Okay, it's working just fine, and you can see all of this information are present. So since they are present, we're going to now submit this to the blockchain. We want to put this on the blockchain. That is our idea now. Okay, in doing that, we need to come to this blockchain and create some fresh functions that will enable us to do this sort of activities. So to be able to do this, the first thing we want to do is create this function. There's a function here. Okay, this function is called get Ethereum contract. Okay, what it does is to just get the currently connected account, check if we already have an account connected. If it is connected, it grabs the signers, grabs grabs MetaMask as the provider, grabs the signers, which are the accounts, and then grabs the smart contract. Okay, using the contract address and the ABI. The contract currently lives on the network, and the ABI will be the skeletal framework which our application we use in interacting with it from the network, and these are the accounts, and then just returns that particular smart contract. That is what this function does, and we're going to be making use of it. Okay. Want to make sure that this is an asynchronous function. Async. Okay. Now we're going to come here. So this function here called create project, what it does is to take in that title, the description, the amount, the image URL, the listing, the cost, and the expense. The cost is basically the amount, okay, and we can modify that by just doing a batch edit here, change this to cost. Okay, I'm going to reset this, change it to cost, come here, change this to cost. Okay, and after that, we also need to batch edit this. For this place, we want to say this is going to be a key here, say express underscore art. Is that correct? Okay, this is the key we want to target. So we want to say express art will become like the date itself. Okay, so and this particular date has to be in a certain format. Okay, if we're sending that, it has to be in a certain format, and I'm going to show you right now. So I want to create a function called timestamp. To timestamp, what it does is to take a particular date string, okay, and grabbing the date object, okay, and then we're saying this date object become what? A pass of this date string here, and after doing that, we want to now return this date object sorry, it's not data, date object divided by 1000. Okay, so with this we can actually wrap it around this function here. Okay, and when we save that, oh, this kind of totally refreshed. Okay, so I'm gonna say hello kitchen. Okay, so that works, but there's something different, something remaining. For example, let me copy this image URL here, and whenever I paste it here, I want that image to what? To start reflecting here. So in order for me to do that, I will come to this image place. Okay, I'm going to say that is either that image is either we use this particular image URL if it contains something. Otherwise, we want to use this image URL, put it in a string here. So this is what we want to do here to achieve this. Let me save that, check it out on the browser. Do you see this? So it means that when I remove this, it comes back to normal. Okay, let's say I take this image, I take this image address, come here, paste it here. You see, it becomes that I say coffee bean. Okay, let's say it's 4.5 Ethers. The date, which used to be a date string, and then this lorem ipsum stuff. I'm going to just open the console here so that you can see the kind of data we're submitting. So I click here, you see. First of all, this is the cost now. This is the description. Expires that becomes a what? A timestamp, okay? This is the image URL and that is title. This is exactly what we want, okay? So now, in the blockchain part of this file, we are taking down those parameters. When we submit it, we're taking those 5 parameters. We'll first of all check to make sure that MetaMask is installed on this project, on the browser. If there is no MetaMask on the browser, you should not proceed. All right, and I want to say you should wait to get the smart contract first. We'll retrieve it using this function to get it from our network. Once we get that contract, we want to convert this to what? To we, okay? So we are passing this Ethers because the values actually being represented in Ether. So we're actually passing it so that we can represent it now in what? In we, okay? Because that is how transactions are carried out in the Ethereum space. And now I'm actually saying contract.createProject, which is a function that we created here. If you come to this place, come all the way to the front here, you see this function called createProject. It takes how many parameters? You see 5 of them in total. So this is the function that we want to call. We want to feed some data and want to see it in action. So we call this function, we pass in all those data into it, and on completion right now, we don't have any project right now, but on completion, we want to say alert, okay? Okay, let me see, do I have Toastify? Yeah, we have Toastify installed here, and we have it imported. Yeah, we have it imported. Do we have it? Okay, we don't have the component here yet, so I'm gonna bring in that so that we can use it. So these are the stuff, and I want these are all the things that is going to be needed for now to create a project and put it in the blockchain. Okay, now I'm going to paste in this here so that I can have access to it. Fantastic. So I'm going to paste this particular Toastify component here. This is coming from the Toastify library because we need this to be able to make some toast notifications. Okay, so I'm going to import this. Let's see if we can just import it this way. All right, we're importing it from Toastify. So okay, so now when we call on this, so at this point I want to pass this data to the blockchain. And how do we do that? We say, okay, here I want to make sure that this is an asynchronous function because the blockchain is slow, want things to be asynchronous. All right, so we say create project. Okay, and we are getting that project from the store. Like you can see, we just from the blockchain, we just imported it from the blockchain services. Okay, so now we just want to pass that params into it, and on completion we want to say toast. Okay, see, I'm taking that, bringing that from Toastify. Toast dot success. And on success, what is the message? Want to say project created successfully will reflect in 30 seconds. Okay, so because stuff don't just appear immediately, they take some time. So I'm going to save this. Let's check this out on the browser. So to check this out on the browser, let's come here, inspect element in case there is any cause for an error. Let's click on submit project and let's click on confirm. Okay, it's saying that this nuance is too high. Okay, this is a MetaMask error that is being shown to us, and whenever this error is shown, all you need to do is to reset your localhost account, the particular account you're using for this transaction. You need to reset it, because in the process of you using it, spinning up multiple development servers and doing all those things, it kind of blocked some certain things. So what I do is just come here and click on this account, please reset, search for reset here and reset account. Okay, that is done. And now let's click on submit project again, click confirm. Okay, see, that was successful. We reflect in 30 seconds. Okay, so I want to create another one again, but this time around I want to do some extra stuff. For example, I want to reset all of these things whenever we successfully create an account. So we want to say const reset. Okay, and this is a function that we reset this. So we want to say set title. Okay, so we want to set description to no, want to set cost no. Okay, we want to set what image URL to no, and we want to set the date variable to null as well. Yeah, want to set all that to null. All right, and want to actually close this, so we can say on const on close. Okay, this function is going to fire whenever we close this, and instead of closing it this way, okay, I'm going to close it this way instead, and then reset this form, and I'm going to now fire this function here right now. Okay, there we go. Now let's save that. Okay, come to the browser. Let's look for another image that we would like to use. Okay, let's just copy this image address. Let's call this Plaza Enterprise. Okay, and of course 16.8 Ethers. Okay, so I'm going to change this to this. See that image changed, and that is going to remain the same. Let's click on submit. Let's reject this. Okay, and we want to change account. We want to use a different account to actually create this. So I'm going to use the first account this time, and let's click on submit project. Okay, and confirm. Okay, that nuance thing again, because I'm using a different account now. So I'm going to come here, check reset, search for it, and reset that particular account. Okay, and click submit again, click confirm. Boom, it is submitted successfully. Okay, all right, so but we have a little issue. The issue is this: we're supposed to include it here. After we're done with all this thing, we want to be able to just close out, you know, this particular run that last function there. So I'm going to save it again. Then I'm going to create a different enterprise. Let's say fruits. Let's search for fruits. Okay, I'm gonna call this, copy this image, and say winery. Okay, company that produces wine, and they are looking for investors, you know, by it ends by 24th. I'm going to change this image to that. Okay, and submit it. Click confirm. See, that works flawlessly now. So all of these are being created. Okay, just that we need to be able to list them out, and that is what we want to do next. Okay, yeah. So currently for this particular component, let's click add title. We want to be able to do stuff like, you know, this amount, let's say, okay, the day, the expiration day, let's say 17th, image URL. Okay, let's copy this copied image URL and paste here. Okay, and let's do some of that and let's submit. Okay, it's actually refreshing the entire thing. We need to work on it. Okay, so in working on it, I'm going to close from here, close this component, come to this particular component called create project. First of all, one will say that whenever a project is submitted, I want to say it should be submitted through the function called handle submit. Okay, in handling submit, we want to pass an event, of course. Okay, so this event dot prevent default, we make sure that our project is not submitting via the regular way that JavaScript is designed to submit a form. Okay, through the get method. Okay, now want to come here instead in this form place. I want to say on submit. Whenever I want to submit to short, call this function called handle submit. Okay, so and this is the button that we be responsible for submitting a project. Okay, so in submitting a project, we need some certain variables. Okay, we need to get a title, which we can get from some React state variable. So we'll call this set title, and it's going to be from use state React, of course, and empty by default. So I will need a title, a description. Okay, I need title, I need description, I need amount. Okay, I need an amount. I need what else? I need a date, an image URL. I need date, and I need date, and I need image URL. Image URL here. So I'll need all these variables, and now we can come to this place here called title. Okay, and that is the name. I want to say on change. Okay, whenever we change the value of this input, what we want to do, we want to get the particular event, that change event. We want to update that title. We are updating it with what? That event dot target dot value. Okay, the value of it, that is what we're using, updating it. And then by default, the value here is going to be the title. So whatever we're putting in there is going to be reflecting as well. So that is binding. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same for this place. Just going to change this from being title to being amount. Okay, and this is going to be date. Okay, date. Okay, and this is image URL. Image URL. Okay, and this is description, so I'm going to put that here, and let's call this description. Okay, so I want to grab all that and want to come here. I want to say do an if statement here. If there is nothing in this title, or there is nothing in this description, or there is nothing in this amount, or there is nothing in this date, or there is nothing in this image URL, you should just return this. You should return silently. Okay, otherwise we want to put them in a parameter, so have something like params, and we're saying title, okay, description, okay, description, we want the amount, we want the date, we want the image URL. So we want all these things and want to actually log it on the console. So say params by default, this is what we're logging out. So let's save this and check it out on the browser. So let's say add this, okay, and let's choose this day, so let's choose a different one. Let's come here and look for some image online. So I'm gonna just copy this image address. Okay, come here, paste this. Okay, it ends with .jpeg. Come here, I'm just going to get a lorem ipsum thing, lorem generator. Okay, I'm gonna copy this here, right here. Now let's come here, populate it here. So let's click submit. Okay, What is wrong? There seems to be an issue here. So what is the problem? Prevent default, title, description, amount, date, and image URL. Is there something that is missing amongst them? Amount, date, image URL, description. How many is here total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5. So what is the problem? Okay, let me just uncomment this and let me submit this. Okay, is there anything missing? All of these kind of have values. All right, so that means there was an error in this. I should put, pound symbol in front of it here. So now let's run it again. Okay, it's working just fine, and you can see all of this information are present. So since they are present, we're going to now submit this to the blockchain. We want to put this on the blockchain. That is our idea now. Okay, in doing that, we need to come to this blockchain and create some fresh functions that will enable us to do this sort of activities. So to be able to do this, the first thing we want to do is create this function. There's a function here. Okay, this function is called get Ethereum contract. Okay, what it does is to just get the currently connected account, check if we already have an account connected. If it is connected, it grabs the signers, grabs grabs MetaMask as the provider, grabs the signers, which are the accounts, and then grabs the smart contract. Okay, using the contract address and the ABI. The contract currently lives on the network, and the ABI will be the skeletal framework which our application we use in interacting with it from the network. And these are the accounts, and then just returns that particular smart contract. That is what this function does, and we're going to be making use of it. Okay, want to make sure that this is an asynchronous function. Async. Okay, now we're going to come here. So this function here called create project, what it does is to take in that title, the description, the amount, the image URL, the listing, the cost, and the expense. The cost is basically the amount. Okay, and we can modify that by just doing a batch edit here. Change this to cost. Okay, I'm going to reset this, change it to cost. Come here, change this to cost. Okay, and after that, we also need to batch edit this. For this place, we want to say this is going to be a key here. Say experts underscore art. Is that correct? Okay, this is the key we want to target. So we want to say expires art will become like the date itself. Okay, so and this particular date has to be in a certain format. Okay, if we're sending that, it has to be in a certain format, and I'm going to show you right now. So I want to create a function called timestamp. To timestamp, what it does is to take a particular date string, okay, and grabbing the dates object, okay, and then we're saying this date object become what? A pass of this date string here. And after doing that, we want to now return this date object sorry, it's not data, date object divided by 1000. Okay, so with this we can actually wrap it around this function here. Okay, and when we save that, and this kind of totally refreshed. Okay, so I'm gonna say hello kitchen. Okay, so that works, but there's something different, something remaining. For example, let me copy this image URL here, and whenever I paste it here, I want that image to what? To start reflecting here. So in order for me to do that, I will come to this image place. Okay, I'm going to say that is either that image is either we use this particular image URL if it contains something, otherwise we want to use this image URL, put in a string here. So this is what we want to do here to achieve this. Let me save that, check it out on the browser. Do you see this? So it means that when I remove this, it comes back to normal. Okay, let's say I take this image, I take this image address, come here, paste it here. You see, it becomes that I say coffee bean. Okay, let's say it's 4.5 ethers. The date, which used to be a date string, and then this lorem ipsum stuff. I'm going to just open the console here so that you can see the kind of data we're submitting. So I click here, you see, first of all, this is the cost now, this is the description, expires that becomes a what? A timestamp. Okay, this is the image URL and that is title. This is exactly what we want. Okay, so now in the blockchain part of this file, we are taking down those parameters. When we submit it, we're taking those 5 parameters. We'll first of all check to make sure that MetaMask is installed on this project, on the browser. If there is no MetaMask on the browser, it should not proceed. All right, and I want to say you should wait to get the smart contract first. We'll retrieve it using this function to get it from our network. Once we get that contract, we want to convert this to what? To we. Okay, so we are passing this ethers because the values actually being represented in ether. So we're actually passing it so that we can represent it now in what? In we. Okay, because that is how transactions are carried out in the Ethereum space. And now I'm actually saying contract.createProject, which is a function that we created here. If you come to this place, come all the way to the front here, you see this function called createProject. It takes how many parameters? You see 5 of them in total. So this is the function that we want to call. We want to feed some data and want to see it in action. So we call this function, we pass in all those data into it, and on completion right now, we don't have any project right now, but on completion, we want to say alert. Okay, Okay, let me see, do I have Toastify? Yeah, we have Toastify installed here, and we have it imported. Yeah, we have it imported. Do we have it? Okay, we don't have the component here yet, so I want to bring in that so that we can use it. So these are the stuff, and I want these are all the things that is going to be needed for now to create a project and put it in the blockchain. Okay, now I'm going to paste in this here so that I can have access to it. Fantastic. So I'm going to paste this particular Toastify component here. This is coming from the Toastify library because we need this to be able to make some toast notifications. Okay, so I'm going to import this. Let's see if we can just import it this way. All right, we're importing it from Toastify. So okay, so now when we call on this, so at this point I want to pass this data to the blockchain. And how do we do that? We say, okay, here I want to make sure that this is an asynchronous function because the blockchain is slow, want things to be asynchronous. All right, so we say create project. Okay, and we are getting that project from the store. Like you can see, we just from the blockchain, we just imported it from the blockchain services. Okay, so now we just want to pass that params into it, and on completion we want to say toast. Okay, see, I'm taking that, bringing that from Toastify. Toast dot success, and on success, what is the message? We want to say project created successfully will reflect in 30 seconds. Okay, so because stuff don't just appear immediately, they take some time. So I'm going to save this. Let's check this out on the browser. So to check this out on the browser, let's come here, inspect element in case there is any cause for an error. Let's click on submit project, and let's click on confirm. Okay, it's saying that this nuance is too high. Okay, this is a MetaMask error that is being shown to us, and whenever this error is shown, all you need to do is to reset your localhost account. The particular account you're using for this transaction, you need to reset it, because in the process of you using it, spinning up multiple development servers and doing all those things, it kind of blocked some certain things. So what I do is just come here and click on this account, please reset, search for reset here, and reset account. Okay, that is done. And now let's click on submit project again, click confirm. Okay, see, that was successful. We reflect in 30 seconds. Okay, so I want to create another one again, but this time around I want to do some extra stuff. For example, I want to reset all of these things whenever we successfully create an account. So we want to say const reset. Okay, and this is a function that we reset this. So we want to say set title. Okay, so we want to set description to no, want to set cost to no. Okay, we want to set what image URL to no, and we want to set the date variable to null as well. Yeah, want to set all that to null. all right, and we want to actually close this, so we can say on const on close. Okay, this function is going to fire whenever we close this, and instead of closing it this way, okay, I'm going to close it this way instead, and then reset this form, and I'm going to now fire this function here right now. Okay, there we go. Now let's save that. Okay, come to the browser, let's look for another image that we like to use. Okay, let's just copy this image address. Let's call this Plaza Enterprise. Okay, and of course 16.8 Ethers. Okay, so I'm going to change this to this. See, that image changed, and that is going to remain the same. Let's click on submit. Let's reject this. Okay, and we want to change account. We want to use a different account to actually create this, so I'm going to use the first account this time, and let's click on submit project. Okay, and confirm. Okay, that nuance thing again, because I'm using a different account now, so I'm going to come here, check reset, search for it, and reset that particular account. Okay, and click submit again, click confirm. Boom, it is submitted successfully. Okay, all right, so but we have a little issue. The issue is this: we're supposed to include it here. After we're done with all this thing, we want to be able to just close out, you know, this particular run that last function there. So I'm going to save it again, then I'm going to create a different enterprise. Let's say fruits. Let's search for fruits. Okay, I'm gonna call this, copy this image, and say winery. Okay, company that produces wine, and they are looking for investors, you know, by it ends by 24th. I'm going to change this image to that. Okay, and submit it. Click confirm. See, that works flawlessly now. So all of these are being created. Okay, just that we need to be able to list them out, and that is what we want to do next. Okay, yeah. All right, to list this project, let's come here. Let's come to the index of the store. Okay, let's come to that file and say projects. Okay, and it's going to be an array of it. Great. So let's save that there. And the next one to do is to update this blockchain tab, because we're going to be loading these. Want to load this particular function, the load, that is extract or retrieve those projects from the blockchain, and we need a function to be able to do that. All right, so I'm pasting this project here. So this function is called load project asynchronous. Of course, the normal routine is to check if MetaMask is installed already before loading a project, and if that is true, then we proceed to grabbing the contract. This is going to be a synchronous activity, so we're going to grab, await. So we're going to grab the Ethereum contract, and then we get the project. Okay, but in getting the project, we don't only want to get the project, we want to get the statistics of the store as well. and then we want to save those two information. Okay, so we want to come here right now. I want to say start is going to be a null value, so I'm saving that right there. So this is going to be stored in the stats, and this is going to be stored in the projects. Okay, but there is this thing called right now. Let me show you something. Let me close these two things here, and let me just log out some interesting data. So this is project. I'm logging it up, and I'm also logging out the statistics. Okay, so I'm gonna save that. Let's just be able to bring this project here. Okay, save it. Okay, when you save it, let's actually load this project. I'm going to load it in this home route. Okay, this is the home route. This is the place that I want to load this project. Okay, so I'm going to come to this home here. So I'm going to use effect, of course. All right, and it's going to be synchronous, and I'll make sure that it loads. Sorry. All right, and I want to load project. Once it is loaded, I want to say await and what? Load project. And in loading project, I want to import it from that blockchain services. Okay, so when we load this project, it should display some things on the console for us. So let's save that, and let's come here. Yep, it loaded. This, the first one is the blockchain. You see that there is three arrays here, which contains information about all the projects we just created. Okay, you can see this is Coffee Bean right there. This one is Plaxia Enterprise. This one is Winery. Okay, and you can check here this second array. You can see the first. You can see this data. We have total backings. We have we have this one. Okay, these information don't make sense yet. We need to structure them. They are not well structured. Okay, we need to structure them so that we can be able to properly use them. All right, but before we're able to structure them, let me refresh this. Okay, we got an error here because it's no longer loading all those things because the contract is not yet found. So we want to make sure first that before this component runs, before this component here runs, this is connected, all this is already checked out. And to be able to do that, we just need to create a use state variable here. I want to say const. All right, and in this const we want to say loaded. All right, and this loaded is going to be false by default. Okay, so at this point, this is when this loaded, set loaded, we've not done that, set loaded. Okay, so at this point we want to say set loaded is equal to what? True. Okay, so if it's not, if this blockchain is not loaded yet, then it should not load these two routes. Okay, that's what we're trying to do here. So I want to say for this route here, it's going to be what? In the condition that this thing is loaded. If it is loaded, it show up, but if it's not loaded, it should just be what? Null. Okay, so I'm going to save that here like this. Okay, and let's save this. Okay, see, that is working fine now. You see, these things are loading properly, but these are pretty much destructured. They are not well structured. We need to structure them properly, and once we structure them properly, then it will start making much more sense. Okay, so in order to structure those files or those data that are being retrieved from the blockchain, what we want to do is paste these two functions here. the first one, let's work on this one first. This takes all your project that is coming from the blockchain and go through each one of them, the ID, convert them to the right data type. Okay, each one assign it properly to its naming convention. So we are just basically picking only the things that we want and making sure that we actually specify them in the right in the right data type. For example, you see that the timestamp here, okay, this timestamp we actually converted it to number and then we got the timestamp. Okay, the same thing for the expire at, and we also created another one called to date. Okay, to date function, all right, which I will soon show you here, which is responsible for making this a date object, because it's how our calendar, our native HTML calendar, can be able to recognize that timestamp. By default, it can't understand that timestamp except it is converted in a way that it can understand it. You know, our image URL stays the same. You know, the raised money is in Ethers, it is in we before, so we have to like convert it to Ethers, okay, so for it to actually make sense to us. So we did all these things, all right, and then we reversed the array, because this array was, you know, created in a way that the newest ones are the back. So we've just, you know, swapped it, and the newest ones are going to be at the front. Okay, that is what is going on there. And with the same thing for this structured backers, which we're going to be doing later on. I don't think this is not what I want right now. I'm going to remove this and bring it back later. So let's bring in the next one. So we have these two other function. Okay, here is two function. So this function called to date, you know, brings this date. Okay, takes the timestamp and convert it to a date string that is in this format, year, month, and day. Okay, which our calendar system can understand this format well. So that's why we're specifying it here. And we also need this structured statistics. So we're just making sure they are in the right data type so that it will not be confusing to us at the interface. So basically those are the things we're just doing, and now we just want to log this out. So I'm going to log this. In place of this, I'm going to use structured, pass it into the word structured function, which is this function here. I'm going to pass it here. And at the end of the day, this is going to be this here is going to be what returned to me. Okay, it's going to be returned to me, and want to do the same for structured projects. Okay, so I'm going to change that. Now let's save this and let's just refresh again. Okay, you see how this is well structured. Now let me open the first one. You can see that it has backers, cost, date, description, expires at. So basically this here is equivalent to this. Okay, so that function to date actually translates this to this format for us. Okay, and we have raised, we have timestamp and title, we have all those cool stuff. Okay, and then for this we have total backings, total donations, total project. Things are just properly listed the right way for us. Okay, now with those things being listed correctly, we want to be able, we don't have any need for this place anymore, so let's just uncomment here, and these are going to be stored here in these two variables. So that's what we're doing here. So we're going to save this, and once it is saved, now we know that before this home component is loaded, that means these projects and these statistics are now available, so we can access it here and say const let's just come here, say use global state from the store, and let's say we're grabbing the projects, and let's say projects here. Okay, and want to do something here. want to pass it into this place as a prop. Okay, so want to say projects, okay, is equal to this project here. Okay, I'm going to pass it as a prop, but I've not yet done that. To receive it as a prop, we're going to pass it this here, and we're going to say project. Okay, and I want, instead of these, I want to say projects dot map. Okay, and I'm going to say individual project here, and I'm going to pass in that project here, project. Okay, now when I come to this place here, we have project and have ID. We don't need that ID anymore here, so because we can do project dot ID. Okay, so we can do that now. I'm going to come here. For this place, we cannot do project.image URL, and here we can do project.title. Okay, the same goes for here. We also can do project.title here, and okay, there's so many more things to do here. We can say, right, for now, let us save this and check it out on the browser. Let's save this. Okay, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? These are being well represented now. You know, there's still some things that we need to, you know, represent properly. Like, see, this data are being pulled from the blockchain. Isn't this beautiful? So let's make this more dynamic. So we're gonna come here. So this blockchain space, we're gonna say owner. Okay, owner here. So this owner, come to this place. So this is where we can use owner. So we can say, say owner, and same goes here. You can say owner. Okay, and this owner is not just going to be like that here. We're going to say truncate function, which is to come from the store. So it's not bringing out any suggestion for us, so we have to import it ourselves. So we say import truncate from where? The store. Okay, so it's coming from the store, and that truncate function, we pass in the URL, the string, and we put in the proper formatting idea around it, and let's just save it and see. Okay, okay, you can see some different patterns. Okay, we've seen that these two, this one and this one are created. These two are created by one person. These two are created by one person, and then this one is created by a different person. You can see by the identicon right here. So now I'm just going to update this, you know, 2 days left here. Okay, so we need to update those information. So we're going to use this particular function called days remaining to properly describe this information here, 2 days left or 1 day left. We'll use that particular function to make those things a reality. All right, in order to proceed with these, we just need to completely remove this. I want to say in here, I want to say new date. Okay, I want to say dot get time. Okay, I want to say we want to say dot num project dot expires at, and I want to add 1000 of 3 of these zeros to it. Okay, I'm going to append that to it. So I'm actually checking if this has expired. Okay, if the current time is greater than the expiration time, that means it has expired. Okay, that's why I would say, just say expired. All right, otherwise want it to say that day is remaining, okay, which we are actually getting from that same store. Say day is remaining. Okay, we're getting it from the store. And what are we passing in there? Let's break that down. Passing project dot what expires at. That's what we're passing in there. And I want to append this some space here, and then we say, left. Okay, so let's see this in action. Let's save this. When you save that, you see this is 15 days left, this is 5 days left, this is 7 days left, which is super cool right there. Okay, and now let us work on this total backers, because and this progress bar right here. Okay, to work on that progress bar, we come here in this place right here. Want to say that whatever I want to give to these as the percentage, of course this is going to be a template string. Okay, and want to say inside of here I want to do project dot raise. This is how we get the percentage, the raised amount divided by project dot cost. This is the actual cost, and then multiply these two by 100. All right, and with that is how you get the percentage. Let's save that. You see all of them are in 0% right now. Okay, nobody has done any backing yet on it, so it doesn't have any reading. Okay, so now with this done, I think I totally skipped out a certain part of these design, and I'm going to code it shortly here. Okay, so let's do a div that has two small tags. Okay, inside of it, one is going to be like let's say project raised the raised amount, so it's going to be on ETH, that is ether raised. Okay, and this other one want to have an FA Ethereum here, want to have this, and want to have another span, and want to say this is what project dot cost here, and is in ETH. Okay, so I'm going to import this from React icons. Okay, from React dash icons. Okay, so we got that right there, and we need to make some designs here. So we'll give it a class name of, it's going to be flex, of course, going to be justify, going to be what between items, is going to be what center, font is going to be what bold, where are you, yeah, and margin to the top is going to be 1, margin to the bottom is going to be 2. Okay, and for this place here, we want to say, that's not only it, we want to say text color should be gray at 700. Okay, and for this place, I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be flex, justify. You're going to be start items. It's going to be what, center. And let's just see what we're doing so far. Save that. Oops, Ethereum. Ethereum is not well spelled. Okay, so I'm gonna select the both of them and just spell it correctly. Ethereum. Ethereum. Am I correct with the spelling? Ethereum. Okay, I didn't import it from the right place /FA. Okay, let's save that. Okay, you can see that is well described now. It's showing properly. So this is the amount that is supposed to be raised, the cost, but this is how much has been raised. There's no amount has been raised yet. Okay, so with that being specified, the next thing we want to do is to describe the backers, / backing. All right, so now I want to come here. Here, instead of 14 backers, I want to say project.backers. Okay, now that's not only it. We want to also do something like this. This project.backer, is it equal to 1? If it is equal to 1, it should return an empty string. Otherwise, you should return an S. So that will either be backers or backer. Okay, that is how we use in doing that. And then this status here, it's very important again. Okay, this is going to be a lot of if-else statement going on here. So let's look at it. So if project dot status is it equivalent to 1 to 0, if it's equivalent to 0, then you should do this, say that it's open. Okay, else if project is equivalent to 2, hope I'm doing it correctly, equivalent to 2, you should say this time around is going to be accepted. This is gray. Okay, that is gray, and this is green. Font is bold. Okay, so else, okay, so we have another else statement here. Else if this project dot status is equivalent to 2, then it should do this. Okay, what are we going to do here? Say accepted, and this time around is going to be gray as well. Gray, and it's going to be the gray is going to be reverted. Okay, and we want to also do, yeah, I told you this is going to be a lot of if else statements. So let's do if is equal to 3. Want to do, what are we going to do this time? Want to do sort of reverted, want to do deleted, and it's going to be showing red, say deleted. Okay, and else it should show what? Paid. Okay, so else is going to show paid. Okay, and this paid is going to be orange. Okay, and say paid. Okay, paid. Ooh, man, that is some lengthy if statement. Let's save that and see. Okay, you can see that currently it is what, open. Okay, so yeah, so that is it there. We're not done. We want to be able to click this load more and load correctly. Okay, so want to take care of that. So in order to do this, let's come back to this home components. Okay, because this is where the load more button is. I'm going to do something. Let's move this particular this here. I'm going to save it, and you see it's out of here. We want to move it to this project place that is after here. I'm going to move it here. Okay, do that correctly. Save that. Okay, you see that load more button is now. So I'm actually moving it to this component because this is the way we want to make some load more button. So I want to say const. This is going to be like the end, set end. It's going to be use state plus. It's going to be, let's say it's going to be, want to do it 1 by default. So you should be able to show 1 by default. And of course this is coming from React. So I'm just gonna import use state from React. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this here. This should be count. Okay, and for count I only need this, so count is going to be 1. Okay, and I'm going to need another variable, so say const, call it collection. I'm going to say set collection, because it's going to be use state again, but an empty array. I want a function, so const function is get collection, and what this function is going to do is to what? In fact, I'm just going to make it a lot simpler. All it's just going to do is it's just going to return this project. Okay, the project we're receiving, I1 was sliced out from 0 down to what? End. Okay, this end here. Okay, 0 to this end. I want to slice that out. Okay, and then I want use effect. Okay, use effect, and I want to do use effect. Okay, this use effect, I want to what? Whenever I load this particular, I'm just going to absolutely remove this because it's too small for it to be a function. So I'm just going to say set collection. Whenever we load this view, set collection with this particular attribute here. For some reason, I don't. Let me bring this back. Okay, so set collection with whatever we get from this collection. Okay. All right, and then this should change if our project's collection, this our project change, and if there is something to the end here. So let's see this on the browser. Oops. What is this? Yay. Alright, I made a mistake here. So here's the mistake. I'm supposed to use this fat arrow function. Okay, let's save that and check it out again. we got on that mistake. Use effect is not imported, so we're gonna import it from here. Use effects. Okay, save that. All right. Okay, and we, instead of using project here, we need to actually be using collection now. So we're going to use collection. We save that. You see, is only one showing up. Okay, now we should be able to click this. We want to be able to click this and then let them be populating on the view. To do that is very simple. What we want to do is say on click. Okay, on click function, we want to say, set end. Okay, set end is actually equal to that end plus what? Count. Okay, and you know that end here is 1 and count is what? 1, so that will become 2. So let's save that and see. Let's click this. Wow, that's cool. Click load more again, and you see that becomes absolutely, you know, that is it right now. Okay, we want to put a criteria here. The criteria is that once, if we want to put some if statement, okay, to guard this thing. So the if statement is this: if the project, okay, the length, the length is greater than 0, and the project, the length, okay, is greater than what? The collection the length. Come on, not leading, length. Okay, if this is the case, want this result, otherwise it should be null. So we want to display this button under the condition that the length of the project, the number of items the number of items in the project array is greater than the number of items in the collections array. Let's save this and see. Okay, you see that completely disappeared. So for now, let's see. You see it's available. Let's click this, and I click this again. See that load mode completely disappears and it's no longer available. All right, that is what I'm talking about right there. So I see that this thing is too blue to this place, so we can help it out by giving it a margin to the bottom, margin bottom of, let's say, 5. Okay, that's better. Can give it a 7. Let's see, that's way better. Okay, so let's see. I don't know if this is really important. Okay. It's available. Click. Okay. So it's just simpler now. So all we just need to do is to make sure that these things are 4 and not 1 So now they are 4, right? And okay, see that load more button is not appearing, except the number of project is more than 4, then to start what appearing. So this is how you actually list out all your projects. Okay, and with that we're kind of almost done, because we haven't listed out this total number of projects, this total number of backends, and this total number of donations. And how we do that is to come to this heroes component, okay, here, and we look for this one. We'll do this. I'm gonna say const, okay, const, I'm gonna say use global state, getting it from the store and getting the statistics. So the stat is what we're talking about here. Okay, this stat, Okay, and in this start, I'm going to say this is what project dot, okay, start dot projects, because if we come to this place, this blockchain, you will see we have total projects. So we want to represent total projects. Okay, we want to represent total backings, which we can get from this store here. You can see that, no, here, total backings. All right, I'm gonna replace that with this. And lastly, total donations. So I'm gonna copy that here again, total donations. I'm gonna paste that here. So let's check it out. Okay, save it, look at it. Okay, it's cool, but I want to do something extra in case, you know, I want to make sure that I put this question mark before it so that it will not throw some crazy error in case this data is not available yet. So I'm gonna say instead it should just throw 0 by default there. So I'm gonna put that here. I'm gonna also put this here. Okay, so that is it right there. Okay, so that is it for displaying data, you know, in this place here. So there are no backends yet. So what happened when we click on a specific project? We want to be able to see all the data about that project. So let's work on that next. So to work on this place, we'll get to this this component folder. Okay, so this project details component. So let's come to here. I'm going to close out from these places and come to this particular component here. This is where we're going to be spending our time. Okay, so in this, what can we do here? Okay, I'm going to also come to this project place. Okay, this is where we're doing some really cool stuff. Okay, first and first, we want to be able to load a single project from the blockchain. Okay, just like the way we were able to load all projects, retrieve all projects, we also want to actually just pass an ID and retrieve only one project by ID. So let's create a function for that. Okay, paste this here. What is this doing? Loading project, you know, passing an ID and consulting the contract, and we're saying this we're saying that this should be const. Okay, and of course, so we're grabbing the contract and we're calling that get project by ID, you know, specific ID, you know, and when we retrieve that project, we store it here, and then we pass it into this structured array as just one element in the structured array, and it's going to rework on it and actually bring it back, and then we just extract that first item. We're just getting it back, okay, and storing it in this particular place here, this storage, which what we can do is to just come here. So we say project, not project but project, you know, and this is going to be null by default. Okay, so we're just going to store it here. All right, so that is what is being done here. This thing is being stored here. Okay, so, and I'm going to export this particular function, and let's do that. Okay, so it's now available for us to use in this view. So we'll come here and say use effect. Okay, we're getting it from React, and it's going to be synchronous. Okay, all right, so right here we're going to say await load project, not projects but project. Okay, and we're getting it from the blockchain. We need to pass the ID here, but how do we pass it first? We need to be able to extract that ID, and how we can extract it is through this use param method. This ID, and we're getting it from use params, which is coming from React router DOM. React router DOM. Okay, and then we're extracting that ID and we're passing it in here. Okay, and yep, and once this is accomplished, then I'm gonna look at this, okay, and once that is accomplished, then we can actually pass in a particular project as a prop here. This project, let's pass it as a prop. And where is this project coming from? It's going to be coming from say const project is equal to use global state. All right, we're gonna grab this particular project. Okay, so this is it, but when we come here, is not here. So this is how we make sure that we grab it. So we say project. Okay, and I just want to say something like log this project. Okay, save that. Let's check it out here. Okay, so let's refresh again. So you see this? Okay, so at first it was empty and then it was loaded afterward. So we want to use that to populate this view here. So to do that, we come and say, okay, we want to say this here. We want to say project dot image URL. Okay, please always make sure that you put this in front of it. Okay, so let's save that and see. You see that? That is fantastic. If we click on this, you see every one of them are dynamic right now. So let's come here and make sure that let's refresh here and see. Okay, that's cool. Now let's populate this other information. This is going to be the title. This is going to be the description. Okay, yep. So for now, let us see those ones. Okay, these are not coming together. We're doing well. Let's move on. Okay, and for this image, this alt text, I'm gonna use title here, and let's do something similar to what we did here before, which not here. I'm talking about what we did in this project place, in the project card here. Okay, we're gonna do this something similar to this. In these 3 days left, instead of saying 3 days left, I'm just gonna paste what we did before and just attach some question mark in between them, because this value, this project may come a little bit later than normal and we don't want the front to be complaining. So put this question mark so that whenever it's available, it will just display. So I'm going to save this. Of course, it's going to throw some error, because I haven't imported this particular stuff that I'm using. It's coming from the store. Now I'm importing it, so I'm saving that. See, it's available now. You can see 7 days left. Pretty cool. So I don't like that this title is this small. I would like to bump it up to something extra large. Let's see that. Better. Okay, And this information, there are more information that needs to be dynamic. Okay, let's work on those information. For example, here we want this place to be owner, all right, and here to be owner. Okay, and want to do if owner project dot question mark dot owner if it has an owner, otherwise just an empty string. Okay, otherwise and say null here. So what we want to do is to say that truncate, which is coming from the store, passing this owner, and we format this properly. So truncate is going to complain because this is coming a little bit late. Okay, so we want to make sure that this is already available before we pass into the truncate function. That's why we're wrapping it around this if else statement here. Okay, let's save that and see. You can see these are well represented right now. Okay, now that is showing up properly, we want to do backends. All right, so I want to say backers, and want to also do something like this again. You know what, it's kind of the same thing like we did before, which is here. Okay, we could just copy this logic here and replace it with this existing one. Okay, yep, when we save that, see, 0 backers. This place as well, where is it? This particular the open is also going to be the same methodology we used here. So I'm going to just copy this and replace it with this one here. I'm going to replace it here. Boom. All right, and make sure that I target all this and put a question mark behind them. Okay, we have this now, but it's no longer bold, so we can just say class name font to be what, bold. And yep, it's great. So we fixed those places. Now for the prices and this progress bar, all we need to do is to come here. We just need to copy basically the same thing like we did before, which is at this very place. Where is that place here? The style here. So what we're using in the style here, we just come here and replace it here and say, put some question marks in these ones, save it. All right, and you see, okay, 0, you see the progress bar right now. So after doing that, we want to actually make some similar stuff with here. I'm going to say for this place, we're going to say raised. For this place, we're going to say cost. Okay, so I'm going to save that and see that on the screen. See, 0 ethers raised, and this is what the total costs right there. We're making progress now, making a whole lot of progress. Okay, so there's still a lot of more dynamic things that has to be done here. Okay, because not all our buttons are to show up at one time, so we want to show them, you know, conditionally. Okay, first of all, for this button here, we want it to only appear on if the status of this project is still open. If it is not open, so we want to say if project dot status is still equal to what, 0, which means that it's open. Want this to show up, otherwise, we don't want it to show up at all. So that is a condition that this particular button is going to be available. What is the problem here? Properties of null backers. So I think something should be pasted here. We didn't add that. Yeah, you see, this is why I told you that you need to put that question mark behind them, because because that data is not available, so it's causing a problem. So when I save this, refresh again, everything pops up just fine. Great. So you see this, when I click here now, whenever I click there, I should be able to see this project title and this project image, and then I'll be able to back on it. So what do I mean by that? I mean that, okay, we'll come back to those shortly, but let's just still put the conditions for these buttons to appear. For this blockchain place, there is some data that we need to work on. This owner here, I want it to be on lowercase. Okay, so by default, let it be changed to a lowercase because I want to use it for comparison later. So I'm going to come here for this, edit down to, okay, I want to categorize all of this. Okay, because if a person's wallet is not really connected or is not equal to this person, okay, what I mean by that is, let's say I want to say connected account. Okay, and how do we get that connected account? We want to do this const, I'm getting that from use global state, and we'll get a connected account, which is here, connected account. Okay, now right here, if the disconnected account is equivalent to what, the owner of this project, if this is the owner of this particular project, what we want to do, we want to make these particular buttons available to him, or he cannot access them. Of course, I'm going to put this in a JXS file because there are more than one element here. So this is what is happening here. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna save that here. So I'm not the owner. Look at the owner of this project here, which is this account 79C8. So what I mean by that, if I come here and change this account to this one here, you see that they appear because this is the owner of this particular account. Okay, so this appears for him. Okay, so that is one of the things that we want to keep there. Okay, so a second parameter is this project, when you come to the contract here, this contract, and then you see various states, this status 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, in this place we want to also make sure that this project status is not deleted already. Okay, other than it being, this person being an owner. Okay, want to make sure that it is not deleted. Okay, so let's say this project status is not equal to 3. Not equal to 3 means that it's not been deleted. If it's not been deleted, it should show up something like this, otherwise it should show up something like this. Okay, so that is what we're trying to do right now. So if it's not been deleted, okay, we want to do something else. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Let's just look at this. Let's say null here for now, and paste this here. Sorry, this whole button. Here's that payout. Okay, this is the payout button. I'm gonna cut it and bring it in here. Okay, so if it's not been deleted, okay, and if it's not been deleted, okay, and if this project, the status is equivalent to 1, that means it is what? Accepted. Then we want to what? Render this button, otherwise we want to say no. Okay, so in this place here, this is where we want to put all of this other components. So I'm just gonna cut this. Okay, put it here. So if it's not deleted, here should be null as well. So if it's not deleted here, if it is not deleted, and if it is what? If it is, for this place, if it is what? Accepted, it should display the payout button. But if it's not been accepted yet, it should give you this particular opportunity for you to either delete or update information about your project. Okay, let's save that and see. Okay, that is quite a whole lot of walking around. So after payout here, there's a little bit of a thing that we need to work on. We want to say instead of else, we want to say project. We want to ensure that this project, the status, is not equal to 4. It's not equal to paid out, which we can come here. It's not equal to paid out. It's not equal to paid out. We want to give an opportunity for there to be an editing and deleting functionality. Otherwise, which this is where we have else. Okay, else want a button. Sorry, this should be like this. Okay, else want a button, and this should be gray. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna change this to gray. Okay, I'm gonna call it project closed. Am I doing this correctly? Here is the problem, man. Okay, so the problem lies here. So I just missed that one piece of puzzle, and it kept us here for a long time. So this is it. Okay, this is what is missing here. So it's been figured out. Okay, so it's responding properly. I just changed this other one to gray, the last button, and I'm actually removing this because it's not going to be any other thing than just being a button, to say that the project is closed, it's going to be deleted, is edited, so when we look at that, we'll have this set of buttons. Okay, so the next thing I want to do here is we're going to be working on these buttons individually, okay, so that we start testing out some of those major functionalities. All right, so in updating this project, that is whenever I click on this, it actually launches this modal. To make that very smooth process for us, what we need to do is to come to this, okay, this update project, and in doing so we're going to have to borrow some lift from here, because you can see this is just a bare bone thing. There is no credible data yet inside of it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come here, copy this, all of the things that I've done here so far. I'm going to copy all of these, okay, and I'm going to come to this update project. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to change this and this here. Sorry, I'll change this to value, to update project. Okay, so I'll come to this place, change it. Okay, this is update modal instead of create modal. So everywhere this is found, I'm going to change it to what? Update modal. Okay, so we're getting closer here. And okay, and this particular component is going to be taking information from here. Okay, so why is that so? Because if you come to this project place here, see this place that we added it, we just want to do something similar to this. Okay, I'm just going to pass it here. So we are actually passing that same project into this component, and so we can use it here whenever we call it. We can actually use it in this place. Okay, so we can say want the project dot title, make sure that put this whole thing there for now, the just a precaution measure. So this is description, this is costs, okay, this is date, and this is image URL. Okay, good. So in handling submit, we basically are just taking the same process, but what is going to be different here is that we're not going to be calling this create. This is going to be a different function that we'll call here. I'll say project updated once it is done. So let's look at it first. So you see that all of these things are populated. So what do I mean? When I come here, click on this, I'm not the owner, so it's not going to show. Click on this, I'm not the owner. Okay, who is the owner then? Let me switch to this account, this account here. So this is the owner. When I click on edit, you see all those data are being populated by default, which is pretty fantastic. This is exactly what we wanted. Okay, so now the next thing I want to do is want to be able to say update project. Okay, and here we're not doing add, we'll say edit project. When you save that, you see edit project, you see hey, let me close this. So yeah, So when we click on this now, I want to be able to update the post. Okay, so let's do that next. Okay, let's come to this blockchain service here. Immediately after this create project, let's paste this here. All right, so what are we taking here? We're taking exactly the same thing, almost exactly the same thing as we did with the create project, but the difference is that we're taking ID, and we are not taking cost because the cost is just going to remain the same. So since we're not taking cost, we're not going to be updating cost. There is no need for us to have this whole cost, being part of these criteria here. So I'm going to remove all the costs and also remove it from here. Okay, great. So I'm going to save that, and you can see I can only update the title, the date, the image URL and that, but I can't update the cost because we don't want people coming to change, like they're saying that, oh, we're having so many people backing us, let's increase the cost. Oh, we're having less people backing us, let's reduce the cost. We don't want that kind of situation. So that's why we're just making the cost a one-time thing. You have to be very thoughtful when you're adding it. So what in replacement of the cost, we're actually adding the ID, the title, the description, the image URL, and the time of expiration. Of course, we're checking that in a try and catch block. Okay, inside a try catch block, we are saying that we want to make sure that this MetaMask is installed. If it's not installed, it is report an error. Okay, so with that stated, we grab the contract. Okay, say await is an asynchronous one. So we grab the contract, and then we call the update method and pass in all these parameters. And once it is done, the blockchain is pretty slow, so I'm just going to remove all this. Ethers.js kind of probably there's a way around it, but I haven't just figured it out. But I was able to do it with Truffle, and that is with Web3.js. Okay, I could wait for this. Okay, this await should be able to wait till the transaction is confirmed before returning. Okay, true. All right, but Ethers don't just wait, it just goes ahead and just return it to me, and then it will not have to wait till the transaction is. So that little constraint there, I haven't figured out a way around it, but with Web3.js I could do it just fine, and so that is one of the things that I haven't figured out, and I hope that you guys can figure out how that works, and you can put it on the comment section. I would like to know about that. Okay, so I'm going to make this exportable, okay, by adding it here immediately after here. Okay, save this. To this update function, I'm going to use update project instead, and pass the parameter. Of course, I'm going to also pass the ID, which is coming from this project.id. So I'm going to say project. Okay, so this is where the ID is coming from. I'm just going to pass all this information into the update parameters. So let's see that in progress. Let's save this, and let's change it to wine factory. Okay, and let's update this. Click on that, say confirm. Okay, project updated successfully. Okay, I think I have a double F there. Will reflect in 30 seconds, and you can see here that this thing is pending right there. Okay, it's been established now. So when I refresh this, you see wine factory instead. Okay, that is one of the cool things that we're trying to achieve there. I see that this was supposed to be in this place here. Maybe we need to fix that. We need to fix that. Looks like all of these even supposed to be here. Let me look at that.
in the project. Okay, all of these. Let me first of all put them in a div. Okay, so let me try bringing it into after this page. Okay, this is okay, and then inside here. All right, let's bring it here. Let's see. Yeah, that looks better. No wonder. Yeah, that looks so much better now. So this is exactly how I envisioned it to be. I didn't know what was wrong, but you know, I'm glad fix it. It looks so much better this way. Man. Yeah. Okay. And the edit functionality works great now. So oops. What's going on here? Let's see. Why isn't it working? Inspect. So I have a problem. It says set cost is not defined. Okay, where is that? Let's come to this update. Say find set cost. Oh, that is here. Okay, so we removed it from this, and we shouldn't be resetting anything, you know, once we close it. So I'm gonna remove that here, and let's refresh this again on edit. It's still not available. Okay, so why is it not available? Okay, let's check it out again. Okay, here it is visible. When I refresh, it's no longer available. Okay, so then what can be wrong with it is what can be wrong with it is we want to be able to load project first. So we can do something like const let's say loaded and set loaded. It's coming from use state react, and by default is false. Okay, and after here we can say set loaded to what true, and in doing so I want to say return loaded. Is it loaded? Then return this, otherwise it should return null. Okay, so let's save that and let's refresh, edit. Yep, you see that it's now working just fine. Refresh, edit. Okay, refresh, edit. It's always present there. That is just what we needed. Okay, so this edit works. What about this delete? Okay, for this delete, I want to do the same thing, literally. Okay, I'm gonna close this here. I will come to this place and add this here. Okay, so I'm gonna add this to delete. Okay, and in this delete component, I'm gonna I'm gonna come here and get the project that is being supplied to it, and of course the project title will become project title.
and the image of the project. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have all. So we're gonna have this or that. Okay. So this is what we're gonna have here, and for here, just gonna have the title like that, and say okay. So let's save that. Let's click on the oops. So let's refresh that. Oops. So now for this image here, we need to use image URL. Save that. Do that again. See it's showing up here. Okay, wine factory. Are you sure this is irreversible? Okay, you can say something like let's just keep it like that. So now we want to be, this is not a form, so I'm going to change this form thing to, let's call it a div. Okay, and here this is not a submit, this is just a button by default. Okay, so I'm going to say this should be where handling of deleting ability should take place. Okay, so we can make our life a lot easier by just copying this handle submit function here. I'm going to change this successfully thing. Okay, just copy this. Okay, close it here and come over here and say okay, so I don't need this event here. I don't need this because this is not a form. I don't need this either. Okay, so I don't need this parameter. Okay, and let me close this out for now, and I'm just gonna close this manually this way after deletion. Okay, like this. Okay, and the onClick function, you should what, when you delete onClick, you should what, handle submit. All right, so but we need the function that we can communicate with the blockchain service to perform the deleting activity. Okay, so that is what we want to do next. So I'm going to paste this here and explain. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. Okay, and remove this too. All right, in this place here, what is happening is that we are grabbing the ID and we are actually we're communicating with the smart contract and performing a delete activity on it, and once that project is deleted by its ID, it will be done. Okay, so that is just basically what it does under the hood. So come here, paste this, make it exportable, save that, come to this place and uncomment this. I'm going to change this to that, and this ID is going to be what, this project dot ID. So that is what I'm going to be passing here. So I'm going to import this thing from this blockchain service, and you can see it here. So with this in place, after this is successfully deleted, I want to close this modal, but I want to do one extra thing. I want to get navigate, from use navigate from React rooterdom, and here I want to say navigate dot push. Okay, I'm pushing it to the home, so I'm just sending back to the home page after a successful deletion. Okay, So now we save that and let us refresh. Okay, now let's perform this delete. Let's click here. Okay, and then click delete project. Okay, launches my MetaMask wallet, and click confirm. All right, so you have an issue. Say error, toast is not defined. Okay, this worked though, but the toast is not defined because we haven't imported it. Okay, so I'm gonna import it here. Great, so that's it. So if it was able to get to this point, that means it finished up with this point. Okay, so which is great. That means our app has been deleted now, and we check here, this delete project is recorded, and you see deleted, the status changes to deleted, and all those buttons, they disappear. You can actually make use of it. And if you come here, you can see the status is being changed to what deleted. Pretty fantastic. Okay, and what next I want to do here is want to be able to back projects now. Okay, so delete, edit are working. Backing of project is kind of one of the last action that we want to do, and then we're able to read those the backers here, and then we'll be done with this project. Okay, so now let's get it happening. Okay, so for this place here, when we click here, it brings out this for us. So let's work on it as well. We come to, don't have anything to do here now. Okay, so we come to this project for this backers or back project. I'm gonna bring it up here. This component, I'm gonna also pass in this, save that, open it up. Okay, and I'm gonna be grabbing project. I'm gonna be passing this. This is one of the properties. Okay, now that this is in here, I want to do something. For example, I want to say the project, the title. Okay, this should be the title of the project. Okay, and I'm gonna come here. All right, gonna pass this here. Boom, boom. Okay, this is what image URL. I'm gonna remove this. Okay, this is the situation we have there. Okay, and the auth is gonna be like the title of the project, and this will state the amount that we want to back. So currently, when we save this and click on back project, see this particular details have been supplied to us. So the next thing we want to do right now is to create a use state variable. So let's say costs. Okay, or let's say amount, and then set amount is equal to use state. Okay, so right here now we're gonna come here like this and say the value of this is gonna be what? Amount. And I want to say set, no, I want to say on change. Okay, whenever it is change, I want to say set amount. Okay, so go to that e.target, that event.target of value. Okay, and before any other thing, I want to do this handle submit thing. Okay, this is a form of call, so we want to borrow something similar to this handle submit right here. Okay, and how do we do it? So we come here, we create this thing called handle submit. Okay, and when we're handling submit, the only thing that we want to keep here is just the cost basically. So I'm gonna remove this. Okay, so we don't need much parameters here, so I'm gonna change all that. I'm gonna need a certain parameter later on. So at the end, we want to be able to close this, which can be done with this, and I want to import this Toastify. Okay, I don't think, did I import it here? It's here, right? Okay, and is it available here as well at this update project? Okay, it's available as well, so I'm just making sure. So this is fantastic so far. I want to say on handle submit, on submit should handle submit, and this one should be back project should be submit. Okay, so okay, so now we need that blockchain service or function to interact with. Okay, so that is the next thing that we need to create now, so that this will actually make so much sense. Okay, so right here we're going to say back project. Okay, when we're backing a project, we want to take the ID of the project and the amount that is being backed. Okay, perform our checks, make sure that we load the smart contract. Okay, sorry, we load the smart contract. Okay, and we change this value from being on it to to we. All right, and then we perform the backing. Okay, and once that is done, okay, we just want to reload this because this is going to be kind of slow. Okay, I don't even need to do this because even though I do this immediately, it's not going to show up. So I will tell it's better that you refresh it yourself. Okay, so after 30 seconds or within 30 seconds. So this is the function that is responsible for performing this backing. Okay, so now with this, you come to this place and you say, after this project, say back project. Okay, now we make that exportable. We come here and we say back project, and we want to pass this project .id and wants to also back this amount. Okay, this is the amount that we're setting. But before we proceed, okay, we need to import this first. Import it from blockchain service. But here, let's see. Okay, set up all this place properly. So with all this set, let's save it, and let's say we want to use a different account. Let's say a different person altogether. So this person hasn't actually backed anything, so I'm gonna just go ahead and reset his account so that it won't give me some dumb errors. So subset. Okay, so I'm gonna click on back project, and I'm gonna want to contribute 1.9 ethers back. So what's the problem here? Check the console, saying reference define cost. So where are we using cost? So let's find cost. Oh, cost, there is no cost, so we're using amount. Change it, save that. Okay, now let's click back. Fantastic. Let's confirm that. Okay, that worked, and within 30 seconds it should reflect. All right, so if it reflects, when I refresh this, you see that the amount that is raised will increase. Okay, so right now you see this has been activated. So you see the progress bar actually increased, and you can see the number of backers to work. One backer right here, and
and this is what, you know, the goal to be met, and this is where we currently are. Okay. So let me change my account to a different person. Let's say this one. Okay, and let me back this project with 2.5 Ethers and save that. Okay, so it's not showing right now, but we need to list out these backers. We need to list them all out here. Okay, so yeah, we need to list them all out here, so that we can see who is backing us in this project. Okay, so let's do that next. Okay, I'm gonna close out from these components. So I'm gonna come to this blockchain service, and this is a function. This function is gonna get you all those that are backed a certain project. So I'm gonna paste it here. So it's called get backers, and it takes a certain ID of a project, you know, and of course, you know, it checks for MetaMask installation, it grabs a contract and fetch the backers and make it available. Okay, and in making it available, you know, you need to come here, create say backers, create a key called backers, and this is going to be an array. Okay, so save that there. Okay, so we come here, and this structured backers here, we've not worked on it, so we need to bring that up to speed, and I'm going to show you how you do that right now. So this function here lets you to get structured backers, passing an array of backers, and we're only selecting the owner, which is, want to make sure that is a lowercase. Okay, and refunded status, want to get format all the timing and all that, so that we can just present them properly, and we want to get them in a reverse order so that the recently backed backers will come up front, and those that are backed before we stay behind. Okay, so that is it for this particular function. Now I'm going to make it exportable. Come here, list it here, save it. Now come to this place. While you're loading project, I also want to load backers, okay, of the project. So I'm going to import it from the store. All right, and let's do this. Sort of project, I want to do backers. Okay, backers, and you save that. Come to this particular component, you want to do backers. Okay, so this is where we have, you know, the backers structure here. So for this place here, I'm going to cut here and convert it to a component of its own. So say const, we'll say backer, which will take one backer and perform this activity inside of it, inside of this particular backer. So I could just say backer here. So come here like this, make sure that this key is here, and you know, this is gonna become what, backers. Okay, and this is gonna one backer. And I'm going to pass this as a prop, say backer is equal to what. So
And now at this very place, at this very place, I want to, let's do some cool stuff. First of all, here, right here, want to do backer dot question mark dot owner. Okay, so we need that there. Right here we need truncate function, so we're gonna do this. Sorry, I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna say truncate, get that from store, pass this backer here, and say 4411. So this is like, what this 4411 means is, if you come to this place here, this is the text which is symbolized by this backer dot what owner. This is the word starting character. I want it to start with the first 4 characters and end with the what last 4 characters, and the maximum length should be what 11, which is what I'm actually specifying here. Okay, and okay, here before this component will render, that means there is a backer already, so this should work fine. But if it doesn't, we'll return those question mark to make things smoother for us. So I'm going to change this to the backer, how much, if you come here, backer, contribution. Okay, that is what we're targeting as here, contribution, backer the contribution, and here backer, here is gonna be backer or refunded. Okay, so if refunded is true, it's gonna say yes. If it is false, it's gonna say no. And this timestamp here, okay, which is very important, so I'm gonna paste this here. And for this particular one, I'm going to use the moment component that is coming from React moment. Okay, what I'm going to do is I want to say from now. Okay, from now I want to paste in this backer's contribution, not contribution but timestamp. This timestamp is coming from here. Okay, so we designed this timestamp. This is where we formatted it so that it can be useful to us in this way here. Okay, and we're using moment from React moment, okay, which is one of the components that we installed in this package. You can see React moment here. All right, so that is the story behind those things. Okay, so with that in view, let's save it and see what's going on. So we have an error, of course. I didn't expect that, but let's find out what is wrong with it. So let's refresh here. So one thing that is wrong is backers is not defined. Okay, backers is not defined. All right, so that means we need to actually get it okay from here, so we can say backers. All right, so let's save that and refresh. Okay, everything seems fantastic. So you can see these are the 2 people that have done any backing, right here on this particular project. Right, okay, so this is just amazing. All right, and you can see all of that activities going on. Okay, so that is cool. That is really, really cool. So So momentarily I'm going to come to this, not project backers. I'm going to come to this project details. Okay, and this particular button here, we've not actually implemented anything about it. Okay, and I think that is the only button we haven't worked on yet. So for that button, I'm going to come here for now. Okay, I'm going to just paste something here. Okay, I want to work on this button a little bit. This button will come in handy. Let's see that. It will come in handy in a situation where this has been completed, you know, but at the time it got complete, you know, take note of this. The smart contract is designed to what? To pay out this person, okay, once the raised money reaches this threshold. So by default, the payout will always what? Fire. And we don't even have much need for this payout function here. But I'm just gonna add it should in case, you know, that doesn't happen, the payout, you know, button will come into rescue. All right, so that's one of the things I want to do here, and I just want to show you, but it will not work provided because of the all the constraint that we set around it. So what we're going to do is let me just show you how to implement that. Okay, come to the blockchain service, and we're going to paste this function. Okay, this function is called payout function. It takes in a specific ID. Of course, it's going to take in a specific account. It's going to take in the smart contract, and it's going to call that payout function using this specific account. And then once that is complete, we want to we're just going to export this function here. But when that is complete, we want to just give a notification, you know. And so let's say we come to this project details here. I want to say, you know, this payout button, I want to say on click. Okay, want to fire a function, this function right here. Of course, let's import it from the blockchain service, and what we're passing in here is project dot id. So this is what we're passing. So let's save it and try it out. So let's click payout. Okay, all right, it failed to work. You know, it's saying that project no longer approved. Okay, project no longer approved. Okay, so I guess the way we explained that particular error message was not very clear. So let's find it, payout. Want to find payout. So let's look for that function here. Okay, this is the message that we are receiving, and it's not pretty clear. So is this project approved already? You know, instead of saying no longer approved, say not approved. Okay, not approved, or you know, yeah, project not approved. So you can pay out. Okay, so that is what we needed to just get along with. So that is what is causing this not to work. So it cannot fire provided that this project has not been approved. Okay, it's only when it's approved, state is showing approved, that this payout function will actually work. But the way we designed it is that this payout function, we have almost no use. Okay, but we're just putting this here for, you know, in case of incasity. Okay, so I'm just going to cut it out here and remove this function. It's not needed here, and I'm just going to put it right here. Okay, so I'm just going to put it right there. So so everything kind of looks well in shape. Okay, so that is it for this particular component. I'm just gonna look, is there anything that's okay? So right now, let's us test out this function. Let's back this project the more. Let's say I want to back it with 5 ethers more. Click confirm. Say project created successfully. No, this is not the right. This is supposed to be project backed. You know, back project, supposed to be project backed successfully. You know, for this delete place, project deleted successfully. Okay, so yeah, this should reflect now. See, and it actually paid out, you know, because it doesn't really wait for the days to complete. Once you know the money reaches the threshold, it just automatically, if there is a donation that just reaches that extent, it will just automatically pay out the back. And you can see here, you know, this status is deleted, this is what paid, you know, and all that. We can see there is a little bit of an issue, some form of a glitch here that we need to fix. Okay, all right. Okay, so let us come to this project card. It's not showing. Okay, let's come to projects, and this project, this is a card. Okay, so how are we going to fix this now? We can fix this by, let's look at some CSS styling around it. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's come in here. Here we can see overflow hidden. All right, we're doing that. That just resolves it. Okay, making sure that it stays within these boundaries. Okay, and we can make sure that that same thing applies to project details. Okay, where we have that same, you know, stuff. Okay, but here by default, you know, it's kind of well suited. Okay, so yep, no foul play. Okay, yeah, you can see all the statistics, you know, just, you know, just calibrating properly, you know, on time. You know, that is just fantastic. This is just a fantastic build so far. We're really proud of this, and with this you can actually do a crowdfunding, you know, project. Okay, this is how you do crowdfunding project, you know, with React, Solidity, React and Solidity. Okay, and man, this is just amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna come here for this particular one. I'm gonna edit it here, and I'm just doing this for demo sake. Okay, so let's say I set it to be this date, and let's update that. Okay, this status will change from open to what expired. That is the idea about it. So I'm gonna wait it out. Alright, so it's almost alright, it's implemented. Let's check it out. See, expired. Okay, so it shouldn't be showing open anymore, rather it should be showing expired, right? So it's still open share, yeah, but it's showing expired. Isn't that funny? So if it is expired, okay, and right here I'm seeing some bug here like expired left. So this expired left, we can't do expired left. Rather what we can do is to come here, instead of expired left, where's that place, we're going to say cut this here, move this here, we'll say say plus left, like that. So with that, it's no longer showing expired left. Okay, so and okay, so that is one correction we made there, and I'm gonna do the same is for here. So instead of expired left, I'm gonna come to this project details and look for time. Okay, so for this place I'm gonna say yep, no, I'm gonna do that, and you can see expired. Okay, and this open has to change cause. Okay, where do we have that open? Okay, this is it right here. Is it? No, that is not. This is the place right here. So if status, okay, I'm gonna do this by default. I'm gonna say const expiration is equal to this. Okay, so I'm going to say expired, basically expired. Okay, and I'm going to say, instead of using all this, I could just say expired. Let's check it out. It works just fine. And okay, so if it is expired, okay, so if status is equal to what? 0, and it is not expired, it should be open. Okay, so the next one, if status is equal to accepted, then you should show accepted, reverted, deleted, you know. If I'm going to put one other status, okay, before all of this, so I'm just going to say something like so I'm going to cut this, copy this, put that in front of here. Okay, so if this is expired, which is so expired in red. Let's see that. Great, expired. That makes more sense. Yeah. So want to make that little adjustment, and want to do the same. So want to do the same thing for this other project here. Okay, so this expired is gonna be for each one of these. So expired. So I'm gonna come here, come to this place. Okay, I'm gonna close this thing, and I'm gonna wrap it around this instead. All right, say return. Okay, now let's do this here for each one of these. Okay, we're checking the expiration time, and instead of doing this way, we can simply say expired. Okay, all right, let's see this in action. Come here. Ooh, you can see that expired instead, which is pretty cool. Okay. All right, so this is how the application works now. It's super interesting. So can we add up one more? Let's see, robot. Okay, I'm gonna copy this address. I will come here and add a project, say space X mission. All right, let's say it will cost around 21 Ethers, and it expires by the end of this month. And this is the image URL, and I'm gonna copy this lorem ipsum thing, and I'm gonna paste that, and hold on, I want to make sure that this account is one of those that I've not done anything yet. So I'm just gonna check this. 2626 C8. What is this one currently? C8. So I want to change that to an account that has not actually done anything, which is this. Okay, did you notice that the account of this person, which was the creator of that particular card that was paid? I'm going to show you just in a moment. All right, so let me first submit this. All right, okay, it's created. Okay, this is the account of this person that ends with 2266 that has been paid. Look at his account. Okay, come here, I'm going to show you. You see the account, you see that 9.something.3 Ethers or thereabout was sent to this particular person, and that is why his account increased. So he received this money. All right, that is what happened under the hood. And let's refresh this. You can see this X mission is here and it is open, and I like that each one of them have a different status. You see open, you see deleted, you see back, you see paid, you see expired. That is pretty fantastic piece of work that we've done here so far. And let's see the responsiveness of this application. So this is how it looks right now on large screen. When we break it, you see it breaks down to three per row, and when we reduce that more, you see it breaks down to 2, right? And when you do this, you see it breaks down to 1. Pretty cool, right? And when you break, you see this is the limit it gets. And let's click one of these to see how it looks on this other device. And if you come here and check this one that was paid out, okay, this, you can see everything is well listed and looking pretty fantastic. Okay, so I'm gonna come here, and what else am I forgetting? Is there any other thing I'm forgetting? Okay, I think this is a great place to stop this tutorial, and any other thing that is left, you're gonna have to do it yourself. But this has been pretty fantastic. This has been great. I've loved this. Oh, look at this card right there. We need to fix that. Just a moment. A perfectionist moment right now. So right here, instead of justify between, you can see justify start and space X of 2. So we'll save that. You see, that kind of looks a lot much better. So this is where we are right now. This is how this application works under the hood. I hope you actually gain a lot of experience rolling this with me. I hope you like the tutorials, and there is I'm going to be posting and help you to learn Web3 development and all that. Okay, I want to remind you again that my book is out. It's on Amazon. It's also on a different platform that you can just check on the link below, and you will be able to see that particular book right there. So you go check it out. And my courses are coming on that kind of Udemy kind of courses, professional ones. So much more professional than this. I know this is legit, but I'm gonna increase it all the way. So get ready for that. Look out for that. It's been a huge run with you. I love you guys, and I'm gonna see you in the next tutorial. Please smash that like and subscribe button, hit the notification bell, drop your comment below if you have any questions about the project or whatever you want to talk about. All right, this is Darlington Gospel, and I'm signing out. Make sure you follow me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and and around the world. Okay, all right, bye bye.